Every calm person you meet may be carrying pain they were never given the words to explain. Behind the smile, behind the strength, behind the quiet way they keep moving forward, there may be years of hurt still waiting to be understood. The rejection that changed how they see themselves. The betrayal that made trust feel dangerous. The criticism that became an inner voice. And the memories they buried because no one stayed long enough to help them heal. You were told to move on, to stop thinking about it, to be strong, to forgive quickly, to act as though the damage was gone simply because time had passed. But time does not always heal what the mind keeps repeating. Some wounds do not disappear. They hide inside your habits, your fears, your relationships, and the way you speak to yourself when no one else is listening. But there is still a part of you that has never been broken. A quiet part beneath the fear. A steady part beneath the anger. A wiser part that knows you were never meant to carry every painful moment forever. You may not be able to change what happened, but you can change what it continues to do inside you. The Stoics believed that your past can influence you, but it does not have to command you. That pain may enter the mind without permission, but it does not deserve permanent control. That healing begins when you separate what happened to you from who you truly are, and that freedom comes when you stop allowing old wounds to make today's decisions. Tonight, that is what these 4 hours are for. 4 hours to face the damage without becoming trapped inside it. 4 hours to silence the voices that taught you to doubt yourself. 4 hours to release the shame, fear, anger, and emotional weight no one ever helped you put down. You do not need to fight your whole past tonight. You only need to become still enough to realize that it no longer owns you. The past does not always return as a clear memory. Sometimes it returns as a habit. It appears in the way you stay alert when nothing is wrong, the way you struggle to ask for help, and the way rest makes you feel guilty. To understand why, we must begin with one of the earliest wounds a person can carry. Some children are allowed to be children. Others learn too early that safety depends on being useful, quiet, responsible, and strong. Perhaps you were praised because you never caused trouble. Adults called you mature for your age. They admired how well you handled difficulty. They said you were independent, dependable, and wise. But behind those compliments, there may have been a child who had no other choice. You may have learned to read the mood in a room before speaking. You noticed when money was tight, when someone was angry, when a parent was tired, or when another problem was about to begin. Instead of asking what you needed, you learned to ask what everyone else needed from you. That is how early maturity can become a hidden wound. Being forced to mature too early does not always mean you had a terrible childhood. Sometimes it means the adults around you were overwhelmed, unavailable, unwell, grieving, struggling financially, or unable to manage their own emotions. You may have loved them deeply. You may still love them. Yet love does not erase the effect of carrying responsibilities that were too heavy for your age. A child is supposed to discover the world slowly. A child should be able to make mistakes without believing the family will fall apart. A child should be comforted before learning how to comfort everyone else. When this does not happen, the child may develop skills that look impressive from the outside but feel exhausting inside. You became good at solving problems before anyone noticed you were hurting. You became skilled at calming others while your own feelings remained unnamed. You learned to survive disappointment by expecting less. You stopped asking for reassurance because you sensed that no one had enough energy to give it. The painful part is that these habits may have helped you. They may have protected you from conflict. They may have made adults trust you. They may have helped your family through a difficult period. But a survival skill can become a prison when it continues long after the danger has passed. Now, as an adult, you may feel uncomfortable when someone takes care of you. Kindness can make you suspicious. Support may feel like debt. You may rush to repay every favor because receiving without giving feels unsafe. You may believe that people will only keep you around when you are useful. This belief often creates a life filled with responsibility, but empty of real rest. You may become the person everyone calls during a crisis. You remember birthdays, solve family problems, listen to long complaints, organize plans, lend money, and offer advice. People describe you as strong, yet when your own life becomes difficult, you may disappear into silence. You tell yourself that others already have enough problems. You minimize your pain. You wait until you are completely overwhelmed before admitting that something is wrong. Even then, you may explain your suffering calmly, as though presenting a report instead of revealing a wound. The Stoics taught that wisdom begins with seeing reality clearly. That means refusing to judge yourself for the habits you developed when you were young. You did not become overly responsible because something was wrong with you. You adapted to what life demanded. But the same wisdom also asks a harder question. Is this habit still serving you now? Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to examine his impressions before accepting them as truth. You can do the same with the belief that you must hold everything together. When your mind says, "If I stop, everything will collapse," pause and examine it. Is that true? Or is it an old fear speaking through an adult voice? The child in you may still believe that rest is dangerous. In the past, staying alert may have helped you notice problems early. You learned that peace could disappear without warning. Because of this, calm may now feel unfamiliar. When life becomes quiet, your mind may search for the next emergency. You might check your phone repeatedly, worry about people who have not asked for help, create tasks that do not need to be done, or replay conversations to discover what might go wrong. Your body is still standing guard over a home that no longer exists. Stoicism does not ask you to become cold or careless. It asks you to place responsibility where it truly belongs. Epictetus taught that some things are within your control and others are not. This simple division can be life-changing for someone who was raised to feel responsible for everything. You are responsible for your choices, your conduct, your boundaries, and the effort you make. You are not responsible for managing every person's emotions. You are not responsible for preventing every disappointment. You are not responsible for keeping adults happy, repairing every relationship, or rescuing people from the consequences of their decisions. When you were young, you may not have been allowed to understand that difference. Now, you can learn it. Start by noticing the moment you automatically take charge. Someone complains, and your mind immediately searches for a solution. Someone becomes upset, and your body prepares to calm them. Someone is disappointed, and you feel guilty before asking whether you did anything wrong. At that moment, do not rush. Let the discomfort remain for a few breaths. Remind yourself that another person's feeling is not automatically your duty. You can care without taking control. You can listen without carrying. You can love someone without becoming responsible for their entire inner world. This may feel unnatural at first, because your nervous system can confuse boundaries with abandonment. Saying no may make you feel cruel. Delaying your response may make you feel selfish. Letting someone solve their own problem may feel like betrayal. These feelings do not prove you are doing something wrong. They may simply prove you are doing something new. One false belief carried by the prematurely mature child is this: my value comes from how much I can endure. But endurance is not your identity. You are valuable when you are productive and when you are tired. You are worthy when you have answers and when you are confused. You deserve care when you are strong and when you cannot keep pretending to be strong. Another part of healing is learning to recognize your own needs before they become emergencies. Ask yourself simple questions. Am I tired? Am I hungry? Am I angry? Do I need quiet? Do I need support? Do I actually want to do this? Or am I afraid of disappointing someone? These questions may sound ordinary, but they can feel difficult when you spent years studying everyone except yourself. You may discover that you do not know what you enjoy without considering whether it is useful. You may have chosen hobbies that improve you, relationships where you provide more than you receive, and goals that earn approval. Pleasure without purpose may feel wasteful, yet not every moment must prove your worth. A quiet walk does not need to increase productivity. A meal does not need to be earned. Sleep is not a reward for reaching exhaustion. Laughter does not require permission. The parts of life that seem unproductive are often the parts that remind you that you are alive. This wound also affects how you respond to mistakes. When a child is carrying too much, mistakes can feel dangerous. Forgetting something may have caused conflict. Showing emotion may have created more stress. Failing may have confirmed your fear that you were not helpful enough. As an adult, you may react to small mistakes with intense shame. You speak harshly to yourself because you believe pressure will prevent failure. But self-punishment does not create lasting discipline. It creates fear. The Stoic approach is steadier. You acknowledge the mistake, correct what you can, learn what it teaches, and continue. You do not turn one wrong decision into a judgment about your whole character. A mistake means something needs adjustment. It does not mean you are a burden. You may also need to grieve, not only the painful events, but the childhood experiences you never received. The freedom to be careless sometimes, the safety of being comforted, the chance to be protected instead of always being prepared. Grief is not blame. You can understand why adults failed you and still admit that their failure affected you. Compassion for them does not require dishonesty about yourself. Healing begins when you stop calling deprivation strength. Yes, you became capable. Yes, you survived. Yes, you learned things that many people learn much later, but you should never have needed to become your own protector so soon. The goal is not to destroy the strong person you became. That strength is real. The goal is to remove the fear hidden underneath it. You can remain responsible without becoming overburdened. You can remain kind without abandoning yourself. You can remain dependable without being available to everyone at every moment. Your strength can become a choice instead of a sentence. Tonight, allow yourself to consider a different way of living. One where you do not have to predict every problem. One where another person's disappointment does not decide your worth. One where asking for help does not make you weak. One where you are allowed to be cared for without preparing to repay it immediately. You were forced to mature too early, but you do not have to remain trapped in that early role forever. The child who learned to carry everything is still waiting to discover that the world can continue without constant sacrifice. And the adult you are now can finally offer that child what was missing: protection, patience, permission to rest, and the quiet truth that they never needed to earn the right to be loved. The child who learned to carry everything often becomes the adult who still watches every door. Even after the danger is gone, part of the mind remains awake, waiting for something to happen. Rest feels uncertain, trust feels risky, and deep inside there is a question that never fully disappears: who will protect me if life becomes painful again? Some people do not remember ever feeling truly protected. They may remember being fed, clothed, corrected, and told what to do. But protection is more than having a roof above you. It is the feeling that someone stronger is paying attention. It is knowing that fear does not have to be faced alone. It is being able to fall apart without worrying that everything around you will collapse. When that feeling is missing, a child often becomes watchful. They study voices, footsteps, facial expressions, and silence. They notice small changes others ignore. They learn that safety can disappear quickly, so they try to stay one step ahead of danger. This creates a mind that rarely rests. Years later, the person may live in a safe home, have money in the bank, and be surrounded by people who care. Yet the old alarm continues. A delayed message feels threatening. A small disagreement feels like the beginning of abandonment. A sudden sound creates tension. A peaceful moment feels temporary. The mind says, "Do not relax too much. Something may go wrong." This is not weakness. It is what happens when protection was replaced by preparation. Stoicism begins repairing this damage by teaching you that safety cannot depend completely on the behavior of other people. People change, promises break, plans fail. Even loving people cannot prevent every loss, disappointment, or difficult season. At first, this truth can sound harsh. But the Stoics did not teach it to make people hopeless. They taught it to help people build a form of protection that cannot be removed so easily. Epictetus explained that your deepest security begins with knowing what belongs to you. Your judgment belongs to you. Your values belong to you. Your response belongs to you. Your willingness to act with courage belongs to you. The world may still be uncertain, but you are no longer completely helpless inside it. When someone has never felt protected, they often search for certainty in places where certainty cannot exist. They may need constant reassurance from friends, partners, or family. They may ask the same questions repeatedly, not because they do not understand the answer, but because the answer stops feeling safe after a few hours. Are we okay? Are you angry? Are you going to leave? Did I do something wrong? The need beneath these questions is not attention. It is protection. The person is trying to make sure the emotional ground has not moved beneath them. But reassurance from others only brings temporary relief when the deeper wound remains untouched. The mind becomes calm for a moment, then begins searching again. Stoicism offers another practice. Instead of asking, "How can I make sure nothing changes?" you begin asking, "How will I remain steady if something changes?" That question returns power to you. It does not mean you expect the worst. It means you stop treating uncertainty as proof that you are in danger. You remind yourself that you have survived difficult days before. You have made decisions without perfect information. You have endured disappointment and continued living. You may not control what comes next, but you can meet it when it arrives. Marcus Aurelius often returned his attention to the present moment because fear grows when the mind travels too far into the future. A person who never felt protected may mentally live through 10 disasters before breakfast. They predict rejection, illness, conflict, failure and loss, believing that preparation will soften the pain. But suffering in advance does not create protection. It only forces you to experience pain that may never happen. The present moment is usually smaller than the story fear creates around it. Right now, perhaps one person has not answered your message. That is the fact. The mind may add, "They are tired of me. I have done something wrong. I am about to be rejected." Stoic discipline asks you to separate the event from the meaning you have attached to it. A message has not been answered. Nothing more is known yet. This practice sounds simple, but it slowly repairs the mind's relationship with uncertainty. You stop treating every unknown as a warning. You learn to wait without inventing punishment. Another sign of never feeling protected is the need to control the environment. You may dislike surprises, last-minute changes, uncertain plans, or people who behave unpredictably. You may arrange everything carefully because order gives you a temporary sense of safety. There is nothing wrong with planning. The problem begins when peace depends on every plan working. Stoicism teaches flexible preparation. You make wise plans, but you do not demand that life obey them. You prepare for the journey while accepting that the road may change. This creates a different kind of confidence. Not the confidence that everything will go well, but the confidence that you can respond well when something does not. That is emotional protection. It is not a wall that prevents life from reaching you. It is an inner foundation that keeps one difficult event from destroying your whole sense of self. You also begin to protect yourself through boundaries. A person who grew up feeling unsafe may confuse closeness with total access. They may tolerate disrespect because losing the relationship feels more frightening than losing their peace. They may stay silent when someone crosses a line. They may excuse harmful behavior, wait for people to change, or accept apologies that are not followed by better conduct. Stoicism does not ask you to remain available to everyone. It asks you to act according to wisdom, courage, justice, and self-control. Allowing repeated harm is not always kindness. Sometimes it is fear wearing the clothes of patience. You protect yourself when you believe behavior more than promises. You protect yourself when you leave conversations that become cruel. You protect yourself when you stop explaining a boundary to someone committed to misunderstanding it. You protect yourself when you accept that another person may dislike your decision. This does not mean becoming hard. It means learning that peace also requires guardianship. Seneca warned that people often suffer because they give too much authority to outside opinion. When you have never felt protected, disapproval can feel dangerous. Someone's anger may make you question your right to speak. Their disappointment may make you abandon a decision that was healthy for you. But another person's emotional reaction is not always evidence that you have done something wrong. Sometimes people become uncomfortable because your new boundary removes an advantage they once enjoyed. Stoic wisdom helps you pause before surrendering. You ask whether your action was honest, fair, and necessary. If it was, you do not need universal approval. You become the protector who checks the facts before responding to fear. This inner protection also changes the way you speak to yourself. Many people who felt unsafe as children developed an inner voice that is strict, urgent, and unforgiving. It believes criticism will prevent danger. Do not make mistakes. Do not trust too quickly. Do not look weak. Do not let anyone see that you are struggling. This voice may have tried to keep you safe, but it cannot guide you toward peace. A protector who only threatens you becomes another source of fear. Stoic self-discipline is not self-cruelty. Marcus Aurelius corrected himself without treating himself as an enemy. He examined his conduct, adjusted his thinking, and returned to his principles. You can do the same. When you make a mistake, speak with firmness, but without humiliation. Ask what can be repaired. Decide what must change. Then release the need to continue punishing yourself. Protection means making your mind a place where truth can be faced without violence. You can also create practical signals of safety. Slow your breathing when your body becomes tense. Place both feet on the floor. Look around the room and name what is actually present. Remind yourself of your age, your location, and the choices available to you now. These actions tell the body, this moment is not the old moment. The fear may not disappear immediately. That is all right. The goal is not to force calm. The goal is to remain present while the alarm passes. Each time you do this, you prove that fear can rise without becoming your commander. Over time, protection becomes less about finding someone who will never disappoint you. It becomes the knowledge that you will not abandon yourself when disappointment comes. You will listen to your instincts without letting panic control them. You will ask for help without handing away all your power. You will love people without making them responsible for your entire sense of safety. And when uncertainty enters your life, you will not become the frightened child waiting for rescue. You will become the steady adult who says, "I am here. I will look carefully. I will choose wisely. I will not leave myself alone in this." That is how Stoicism repairs the damage of never feeling protected. It does not promise that nothing painful will happen again. It gives you something stronger than that promise. It gives you the courage to know that whatever happens, you can meet yourself there. The moment you begin to feel protected by your own judgment, another hidden pattern becomes easier to see. You may realize that much of your life was built around avoiding conflict, reducing tension, and making yourself comfortable for everyone except yourself. You learned how to be pleasant, agreeable, calm, and undemanding. People praised you for being easy to deal with. But few ever asked what it cost you to become that way. Some people are not naturally easygoing. They become easy to deal with because being difficult once felt dangerous. Perhaps disagreement brought anger into the room. Maybe asking for something led to guilt, rejection, silence, or punishment. You may have learned that expressing a need created more trouble than quietly going without it. So you became flexible. You accepted changes without complaint. You adjusted your plans. You forgave quickly. You swallowed disappointment before anyone noticed it was there. From the outside, this looked like maturity. Inside, it may have been fear. You began to believe that relationships remained safe only when you required very little. You did not want to be called demanding, selfish, dramatic, sensitive, or ungrateful. So you became the person who said, "It is fine," even when it was not fine. You said, "Do not worry about me," while secretly wishing someone would worry enough to notice. This habit can make you deeply likable and quietly invisible. People may enjoy your company because you rarely challenge them. They may feel comfortable around you because you absorb tension instead of returning it. They may trust you with their problems because you listen without asking for equal space. But being valued for your silence is not the same as being loved for your whole self. The hidden cost appears slowly. You may lose contact with your own preferences. When someone asks where you want to eat, what you want to do, or how you truly feel, your mind goes blank. You have spent so much time adjusting to others that desire itself begins to feel unfamiliar. You may answer, "Anything is fine." But anything is not always fine. Sometimes you do have a preference. You simply do not trust it enough to say it aloud. This is how self-erasure begins. Not through one dramatic decision, but through hundreds of small moments in which you leave yourself out of your own life. Stoic wisdom teaches that a good life depends on living according to reason and character, not according to the changing approval of other people. This means you must learn to distinguish kindness from self-abandonment. Kindness is freely chosen. Self-abandonment is driven by fear. Kindness allows you to help another person without betraying what is true. Self-abandonment tells you to agree because disagreement may create discomfort. Kindness respects both people. Self-abandonment protects one person by silencing the other. The difference is not always visible from the outside. Two people may both say yes, but one says it from generosity while the other says it from fear. The Stoics cared deeply about intention. An action is not wise simply because it looks peaceful. Sometimes silence is patient. Other times silence is avoidance. Sometimes compromise is fair. Other times compromise means one person always gives while the other always receives. To understand the hidden cost of being easy to deal with, you must begin asking yourself a difficult question. What am I afraid will happen if I become honest? Perhaps you fear anger. Perhaps you fear being misunderstood. Maybe you fear that people will leave once you stop being convenient. This fear often reveals the truth about the relationship. A healthy relationship can survive a preference, a boundary, a question, and a respectful disagreement. A relationship that depends on your constant surrender is not secure. It is simply comfortable for the other person. Epictetus taught that you cannot control how others judge your conduct. You can only control whether your conduct is honest, reasonable, and just. This is especially important when you have built your identity around being easy to manage. The first time you say no, someone may call you difficult. The first time you ask for fairness, someone may say you have changed. The first time you stop accepting last-minute disrespect, someone may accuse you of overreacting. Their reaction does not automatically mean your boundary is wrong. It may mean they were benefiting from the absence of one. This is where Stoic courage becomes practical. Courage is not only facing danger in public. Sometimes courage is allowing another person to feel disappointed without immediately rescuing them from that feeling. You can say, "That does not work for me." You can say, "I need more notice." You can say, "I do not agree." You can say, "I cannot keep doing this." These sentences may feel harsh when you have spent years softening every truth. But honesty does not become cruelty simply because someone dislikes hearing it. The goal is not to become aggressive, cold, or unreasonable. Stoicism does not ask you to replace submission with hostility. It asks you to find the middle ground where self-respect and calm can exist together. You do not need to shout to prove you matter. You do not need to explain yourself for an hour. You do not need to list every past injury to justify one present decision. A clear sentence is often enough. The need to over-explain is another hidden cost of becoming easy to deal with. You may believe that your boundary will only be accepted if the other person fully understands it. So you provide reasons, background, apologies, and emotional reassurance. You turn a simple no into a long speech because you are trying to control the other person's reaction. But their understanding is not fully within your control. You can explain with respect. After that, your task is complete. If they choose to misunderstand, argue, pressure, or punish you, that choice belongs to them. Stoicism teaches you to stop using endless explanation as a shield against disapproval. The deeper damage also appears in resentment. When you repeatedly agree to things you do not want, anger begins to collect beneath the surface. You may not express it directly because anger feels unsafe. Instead, it appears as exhaustion, withdrawal, sarcasm, coldness, delayed replies, or a sudden emotional explosion. Others may be confused because you seemed fine, but you were not fine. You were silent. Resentment often grows where honesty has been postponed. This does not mean every uncomfortable feeling must be spoken immediately. Wisdom includes timing, tone, and self-control. But when the same problem continues, silence stops being peace. It becomes permission. Marcus Aurelius wrote often about acting according to nature, which for human beings meant living through reason, truth, and cooperation. Cooperation does not mean making yourself smaller. True cooperation requires that both people remain present. When you erase your needs, the relationship is no longer built between two honest people. It is built between one person and the version of you that causes the least inconvenience. Eventually, you may feel lonely, even when surrounded by others. People know your helpfulness, your patience, your humor, and your reliability. Yet they may not know what hurts you, what you need, or what you secretly want. You may then feel angry that no one sees you, but sometimes they cannot see what you have trained yourself to hide. This is not blame. It is an invitation to become visible. Begin with small acts of honesty. Choose the meal you actually prefer. Admit when you are tired. Ask for time before answering a request. Correct someone when they misunderstand you. Allow yourself to say, "I need to think about it." That final sentence is powerful because people who are easy to deal with often answer too quickly. They say yes before consulting themselves. Later, they regret it. A pause creates space between pressure and choice. During that pause, ask yourself what belongs to you. What is the reasonable response? What would you choose if you were not afraid of being disliked? What decision respects both your limits and the other person's dignity? Then answer from clarity, not panic. You may notice guilt after becoming more direct. Guilt does not always mean you have acted badly. Sometimes guilt is simply the old discomfort of no longer performing your former role. You are used to being the person who makes everything easy. When you stop doing that, your mind may accuse you of becoming selfish. Examine the accusation. Are you harming someone, or are you refusing to harm yourself? Are you abandoning a responsibility, or are you declining a burden that was never yours? Are you being unkind, or are you no longer pretending? Stoicism asks you to judge your actions by principle, not by the strength of your discomfort. Another cost of being easy to deal with is that people may begin making decisions for you. Because you rarely object, they assume you do not mind. Your time becomes available. Your energy becomes expected. Your forgiveness becomes automatic. Over time, others may stop asking whether something is acceptable and simply assume that you will adjust. You teach people how to treat you through what you repeatedly allow. This does not mean you are responsible for another person's disrespect. Their behavior belongs to them, but your continued participation belongs to you. You cannot always prevent someone from crossing a line. You can decide what happens after they do. Perhaps you address it calmly. Perhaps you reduce access. Perhaps you stop offering the same trust. Perhaps you leave. The important thing is that you stop calling endless tolerance virtue. Stoic patience is not passive suffering. It is the strength to remain governed by reason while taking necessary action. There is also a painful truth beneath this pattern. Some people may prefer the version of you who has no needs. When you become honest, certain relationships may change. A few may even end. This can feel like proof that you should have remained silent. But a relationship lost because you became truthful may have depended on your disappearance. Not every loss is a failure. Some losses reveal the price you were paying to remain included. As you practice honesty, you may discover that the people who truly care do not demand constant ease. They may not agree with every boundary, but they respect your right to have one. They ask questions. They adjust. They allow you to be human rather than permanently pleasant. These relationships may feel strange at first because there is room for both people. You do not have to earn closeness through endless flexibility. You can disappoint each other, repair misunderstandings, and remain connected. That is a more mature form of peace. The aim is not to become hard to deal with. It is to become real. You can remain thoughtful without always agreeing. You can remain gentle without being silent. You can remain generous without offering more than you can afford to give. Your needs do not make you a problem. Your limits do not make you unlovable. Your honesty does not make you cruel. The version of you who became easy to deal with was trying to preserve connection. That strategy may have protected you once, but you no longer need to purchase belonging by disappearing. You are allowed to take up emotional space. You are allowed to have preferences. You are allowed to pause, question, decline, and change your mind. And when someone says you have become difficult because you finally stopped abandoning yourself, Let their judgment remain where it belongs. Your task is not to be easy for everyone to handle. Your task is to become someone you no longer have to betray in order to keep the peace. Once you stop disappearing to keep everyone else comfortable, a deeper emptiness may rise to the surface. You begin to notice how often you learn to live without being noticed, comforted, or emotionally understood. The silence that once helped you survive can become impossible to ignore. Emotional neglect does not always leave visible scars. Sometimes nothing dramatic happened. There may have been food on the table, clothes to wear, and people around you every day. Yet something essential was missing. No one asked what was happening inside you. No one helped you understand your feelings. No one stayed close when you were frightened, ashamed, confused, or overwhelmed. You learned that emotions were problems to solve alone. Perhaps you were told to stop crying before anyone asked why you were crying. Maybe your sadness was treated as ingratitude, your fear as weakness, or your anger as disrespect. When you needed comfort, you received advice. When you needed understanding, you were corrected. When you needed someone to sit beside you, you were told to be strong, so you adapted. You stopped expecting emotional support. You became private, self-contained, and difficult to reach. You learned to hide pain so well that even you stopped recognizing it. Years later, someone may ask how you feel, and you genuinely do not know what to say. You know what happened. You know what must be done. You know what everyone else needs. But your own inner world feels distant. This is one of the quietest effects of emotional neglect. It does not only teach you to hide feelings from others, it teaches you to lose contact with them yourself. You may notice discomfort without understanding its source. You feel heavy, restless, irritated, or numb, but cannot name the emotion beneath it. Because the feeling has no clear name, you may try to escape it through work, entertainment, food, constant conversation, or endless thinking. The neglected mind often becomes very busy because stillness brings it close to what was never processed. Stoicism can help rebuild what was missing, but only when it is understood correctly. Stoicism is not the refusal to feel. It is not pretending that pain does not matter. The ancient Stoics did not teach people to become empty. They taught them to examine emotions, understand the judgments beneath them, and respond with wisdom rather than blind reaction. You cannot guide an emotion you refuse to admit exists. The first act of rebuilding is therefore honest recognition. You begin by noticing what is present without criticizing it. Sadness is here. Anger is here. Fear is here. Loneliness is here. You do not immediately ask whether you are allowed to feel it. You do not compare your pain with someone else's suffering. You simply acknowledge the truth of the moment. This may feel uncomfortable because emotional neglect often trains a person to judge feelings before understanding them. You may think, I should not be upset. I have no reason to feel this way. Other people have it worse. I need to get over it. These thoughts do not remove emotion. They push it deeper, where it continues influencing your choices without your awareness. Marcus Aurelius often observed his thoughts as passing events rather than permanent truths. You can treat feelings in a similar way. An emotion is real, but it is not your entire identity. Sadness does not mean you are a sad person. Fear does not make you weak. Anger does not make you cruel. The feeling is information. It tells you that something matters. Sadness may reveal a loss you never allowed yourself to grieve. Anger may show that a boundary has been crossed. Fear may point to uncertainty or an old memory. Loneliness may reveal a need for honest connection. The goal is not to obey every feeling. The goal is to listen before deciding what to do with it. This is how you begin providing yourself with the attention that was once missing. Another effect of emotional neglect is the belief that your needs are too much. You may feel embarrassed when asking for reassurance, affection, patience, or support. Even small requests can produce shame. You may rehearse what to say, remove important details, apologize before speaking, and assure the other person that they do not have to help. If they respond warmly, you may still worry that you have become a burden. This fear is not created by need itself. It is created by years of having need treated as inconvenience. Stoic wisdom helps by returning you to fairness. Justice, one of the central Stoic virtues, is not only about how you treat others. It also includes refusing to treat yourself as less human than everyone around you. You would not tell a grieving friend that their pain is annoying. You would not shame a frightened child for needing comfort. You would not call another person selfish for needing rest. Why then do you offer compassion to everyone except yourself? Rebuilding requires a new standard. You begin speaking inwardly with the same respect you offer outwardly. This does not mean praising yourself falsely or avoiding responsibility. It means correcting without humiliation and comforting without weakness. When you struggle, you can say, "This is difficult, and I will handle it carefully." When you fail, you can say, "I made a mistake, but I do not need to destroy myself to learn from it." When you feel lonely, you can say, "This need for connection is human." The tone you use with yourself becomes part of your emotional home. For years, that inner home may have felt cold. Rebuilding it requires consistency, not one dramatic moment. A neglected part of you will not immediately trust a few kind words. It needs repeated evidence that you will remain present. This is especially important when uncomfortable feelings appear. Many people abandon themselves emotionally the moment distress begins. They distract, suppress, criticize, or demand quick improvement. Instead, stay. Sit with the feeling long enough to understand it. Write down what happened. Notice what your mind concluded. Ask what is actually within your control now. Perhaps you cannot change the person who ignored you. You cannot return to the past and receive the comfort that should have been given. But you can choose not to continue the neglect inside yourself. You can take your exhaustion seriously. You can seek support before reaching collapse. You can protect time for reflection. You can stop forcing yourself to perform happiness when honesty would serve you better. Epictetus taught that our freedom begins in the use of our own judgment. Emotional neglect often damages judgment by teaching you to doubt your inner experience. You may look to others to confirm whether you are allowed to be hurt. If they say you are overreacting, you question yourself. If they deny what happened, you wonder whether your memory is wrong. If they appear comfortable, you assume the problem must be yours. Rebuilding means learning to examine your experience without handing complete authority to outside opinion. Ask what occurred. Ask how it affected you. Ask what pattern continues. Do not exaggerate, but do not erase. Stoicism values accuracy. That includes emotional accuracy. You can say, "They may not have intended to hurt me, but I was still affected." You can say, "They provided materially, but they were emotionally absent." You can say, "I understand their limitations, but I also recognize what I lacked." These truths can exist together. Understanding why someone neglected you does not mean pretending it caused no damage. Compassion for another person must not require dishonesty about your own life. You may also need to learn how healthy emotional support feels. Neglect can make ordinary care seem strange. When someone listens without interrupting, you may feel exposed. When they remember something you shared, you may become suspicious. When they ask what you need, you may not know how to answer. Do not judge yourself for this. Familiarity and safety are not always the same. Emotional neglect may distance familiar. Closeness may therefore feel uncertain, even when it is healthy. Allow trust to grow slowly. You do not need to reveal everything at once. Share something small with a reliable person and observe how they respond. Do they listen? Do they respect privacy? Do they make space for your feelings without turning the moment toward themselves? Trust should be built through repeated conduct, not desperate hope. At the same time, notice whether you are choosing emotionally unavailable people because they feel familiar. You may be drawn to relationships where you must earn attention, wait for affection, explain basic needs, or accept long periods of silence. Part of you may interpret this struggle as love because love once felt distant. Stoic reason asks you to judge relationships by what they consistently produce. Do they support honesty, mutual respect, and peace, or do they keep reopening the belief that you are unworthy of care? You cannot rebuild yourself while repeatedly entering places that demand your disappearance. This may require grief. You may have to accept that certain people cannot offer the emotional depth you hoped for. You may stop waiting for one perfect conversation that finally makes them understand. This is painful because hope can keep a neglected person attached for years, but acceptance is not defeat. It is the decision to stop placing your healing in hands that have repeatedly remained closed. Seneca understood that much suffering comes from demanding reality be different from what it is. This does not mean approving of neglect. It means seeing people clearly enough to stop expecting what they have consistently shown they cannot give. Once you accept their limits, you can decide what level of closeness is wise. Some relationships may remain, but with fewer expectations. Others may need distance. A few may require a complete ending. The decision should come from clarity, not revenge. Rebuilding yourself also means developing emotional language. Instead of saying you feel bad, become more specific. Are you disappointed, rejected, ashamed, anxious, lonely, or exhausted? Each word reveals something different. The more clearly you name an experience, the less mysterious it becomes. You may discover that anger is covering grief, or that irritation is hiding exhaustion. You may realize that numbness appears when too much has happened too quickly. This understanding allows wiser action. You may need sleep, a conversation, a boundary, a period of mourning, or professional support. Different wounds require different responses. When every feeling is called weakness, none of them receives the care it needs. There will be days when rebuilding feels slow. You may return to old habits and isolate yourself. You may say you are fine when you are not. You may feel ashamed after asking for help. Do not use these moments as evidence that nothing is changing. Stoic growth is built through return. You notice that you have moved away from your principles, and you return without drama. You begin again as many times as necessary. The neglected part of you does not need perfection. It needs reliability. It needs to know that when pain appears, you will not mock it. When exhaustion arrives, you will not ignore it. When a boundary is crossed, you will not automatically silence yourself. This is how self-trust grows. Little by little, you become someone who listens inwardly before the world becomes loud. You recognize your needs before they become crises. You allow care without immediately feeling indebted. You create relationships where emotional honesty is not punished. The emptiness does not disappear because the past changes. It begins to soften because your present becomes different. You cannot undo every moment when no one noticed you, but you can stop repeating that absence within yourself. You can become the witness, the comfort, and the steady presence you once needed. And as you rebuild, you may discover that healing is not the creation of a completely new person. It is the return of the person who was always there, waiting beneath years of silence to finally be heard. The moment you begin listening to the parts of yourself that were ignored, another truth becomes clear. Many of the habits you once called personality were not personality at all. They were survival skills. They helped you endure confusion, rejection, fear, or emotional absence. They kept you functioning when you had very little support. But what saves you in one season can quietly imprison you in another. A survival skill becomes an adult prison when your life changes, but your inner rules do not. Perhaps you learned to stay silent because speaking caused conflict. You learned to depend only on yourself because help was unreliable. You learned to expect disappointment because hope felt dangerous. You learned to hide your feelings because vulnerability was used against you. At the time, these responses made sense. They gave you some control in a situation where you had very little. The problem is not that you developed them. The problem begins when you continue obeying them long after the original danger has passed. You may now be surrounded by safer people, yet still refuse to open up. You may have opportunities to rest, yet feel unable to stop working. You may meet someone trustworthy, yet search for signs of betrayal. You may finally have a voice, yet still swallow the words that matter most. The prison is not made of walls, it is made of old instructions. Do not trust, do not need, do not relax, do not speak, do not expect too much. Do not let anyone close enough to hurt you. These rules may sound like wisdom because they once protected you from pain, but protection without flexibility eventually becomes limitation. Stoicism helps by teaching you to examine every belief before allowing it to govern your life. The Stoics did not ask people to reject caution. They asked them to use reason. Caution looks at the present situation. Fear repeats the past without checking whether the present is different. That distinction matters. A cautious person notices evidence. A fearful person assumes danger before evidence appears. A cautious person takes time to trust. A fearful person decides that no one can be trusted. A cautious person protects healthy limits. A fearful person keeps everyone at a distance and calls the loneliness safety. The Stoic practice begins with observation. When you feel the urge to withdraw, control, please, overwork, or shut down, pause before acting. Ask yourself what you believe is about to happen. Are you responding to the person in front of you or to someone from years ago? Are you protecting yourself from a real threat or repeating a familiar defense? This question can expose how often the past enters the present wearing a new face. One common survival skill is emotional numbness. When feelings once became too painful or too dangerous to express, you may have learned to disconnect from them. You remained calm during difficult events. You handled crises efficiently. People admired your control. But numbness does not choose which emotions to remove. It may reduce pain, but it can also weaken joy, closeness, excitement, and hope. You may reach goals without feeling proud. You may receive love without fully experiencing it. You may attend happy events while feeling separated from the moment. Life continues around you, but part of you remains behind glass. Stoicism is sometimes wrongly confused with numbness, yet Stoic strength is not the absence of feeling. It is the ability to experience emotion without surrendering your judgment to it. A Stoic does not say, "I feel nothing." A Stoic says, "I feel this, but I will decide how to respond." That is freedom. Another survival skill is extreme independence. Perhaps relying on others once led to disappointment. You asked for help and were ignored. You shared a need and were shamed. You trusted someone who failed you when it mattered. So you decided that needing no one was safer. This can make you capable. You become the person who handles problems alone, makes decisions quickly, and rarely asks for support. Others may admire your independence without seeing its hidden cost. You become exhausted because everything rests on you. You feel lonely but do not know how to receive care. You may even resent people for not helping, though you have trained them to believe you never need anything. The prison of extreme independence tells you that accepting help means losing control. It tells you that needing someone gives them power over you. It confuses connection with weakness. Stoicism offers a more balanced view. Human beings are social by nature. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that people are made to cooperate. Self-reliance is valuable, but complete isolation is not strength. It is often fear pretending to be strength. You can remain responsible for your life while allowing trustworthy people to stand beside you. Receiving help does not erase your competence. Asking for support does not cancel your courage. Sometimes the wiser action is not carrying more. It is recognizing that a burden can be shared. Another survival pattern is constant achievement. You may have learned that praise only came when you performed well. Success brought attention. Productivity reduced criticism. Being useful gave you a temporary feeling of worth. As an adult, you may struggle to stop. You move from one goal to another without allowing satisfaction to settle. Rest creates anxiety because stillness removes the proof that you matter. You may say that you are ambitious, and perhaps you are. But ambition chosen freely feels different from achievement driven by fear. Healthy ambition creates energy. Fearful achievement creates pressure. Healthy ambition allows rest. Fearful achievement treats rest as failure. Healthy ambition values progress. Fearful achievement believes one mistake can expose you as worthless. Stoicism asks you to separate your character from your results. You can work carefully, pursue excellence, and improve your abilities. But the outcome is never fully under your control. You may prepare well and still lose. You may act wisely and still be rejected. You may give your best effort and still receive no praise. When your identity depends on achievement, every uncertain result becomes a threat to your sense of self. But when your identity rests on your values, you can remain steady even when the outcome disappoints you. Your task is to act with discipline, honesty, patience, and courage. The applause belongs to the world. Your character belongs to you. People-pleasing is another survival skill that can become a prison. Perhaps you learned to monitor everyone's mood because peace depended on keeping others satisfied. You became skilled at reading what people wanted before they asked. This may have prevented arguments in the past. In adulthood, it can make every relationship feel like work. You become responsible for the atmosphere in every room. If someone seems quiet, you assume you caused it. If they are disappointed, you rush to repair the feeling. If they dislike your choice, you question whether you have the right to make it. You are no longer simply relating to people. You are managing them. This constant management creates exhaustion because human emotions cannot be controlled. No matter how considerate you are, someone will misunderstand you. Someone will become angry. Someone will want more than you can give. Stoic wisdom reminds you that their reaction belongs to them. You should still act fairly. You should listen, apologize when necessary, and correct genuine mistakes, but you cannot build a peaceful life by preventing every uncomfortable response from another person. The prison opens when you allow people to experience feelings you did not cause and cannot solve. Hypervigilance is another old protection that often survives into adulthood. You may constantly scan for changes in tone, expression, routine, or behavior. A small shift can make you anxious. You notice the pause before someone answers. You remember that they used fewer words than usual. You sense distance before knowing whether distance exists. This ability may once have helped you predict conflict. Now it can make ordinary uncertainty feel threatening. The mind begins collecting clues and building stories. A tired voice becomes rejection. A delayed reply becomes punishment. A changed plan becomes proof that something is wrong. Stoicism asks you to return to facts. What do you actually know? What are you assuming? What evidence would change your conclusion? This does not mean ignoring intuition. It means preventing fear from presenting guesses as certainty. A disciplined mind leaves room for more than one explanation. Someone may be quiet because they are angry, but they may also be tired, distracted, worried, or simply thinking. You do not need to solve the mystery before more information appears. Learning to tolerate the unknown is one of the strongest ways to leave the prison of hypervigilance. Control can also become a prison. If chaos once caused pain, strict routines may now provide comfort. You plan carefully, prepare for every possibility, and become distressed when others behave unpredictably. Planning itself is useful. The difficulty comes when your emotional stability depends on everything unfolding exactly as expected. Life will not offer that guarantee. Plans change, people arrive late, bodies become tired, opportunities disappear, unexpected problems interrupt carefully arranged days. The Stoic response is not careless acceptance, it is flexible readiness. You plan what you can, then release what does not belong to you. You keep your principles firm while allowing your methods to change. A tree that refuses to bend may break during a storm. Flexibility is not weakness. It is strength that knows how to survive movement. Avoidance is another defense that often feels peaceful in the beginning. You may avoid difficult conversations, new opportunities, emotional closeness, or situations where failure is possible. Each avoided moment brings immediate relief. That relief can become addictive, but avoidance teaches the mind that the feared situation was too dangerous to face. The next time, the fear grows stronger. Your world becomes smaller, one avoided experience at a time. Stoic courage does not demand that you face everything at once. It asks you to take the next reasonable step. You send the message. You speak the sentence. You attend the meeting. You allow someone to know one honest thing about you. You make the decision without waiting for fear to disappear. Courage is not a feeling of complete safety. It is action guided by wisdom while discomfort is present. The survival skill of expecting the worst can also feel protective. You may believe that pessimism prevents disappointment. If you assume failure, rejection, or loss, perhaps nothing can surprise you. But expecting pain does not remove its power. It only removes the peace that might have existed before it arrived. You suffer during the waiting, then suffer again if the event happens. Stoicism does teach preparation for difficulty, but not endless fear. The purpose of reflecting on possible hardship is to strengthen gratitude, readiness, and perspective. It is not to turn every future into a disaster. A healthy Stoic thought is, "This may be difficult, but I can respond with courage." An anxious thought is, "This will go badly, and I will not cope." One creates readiness, the other creates helplessness. You leave the prison when you stop confusing dread with preparation. Healing these patterns does not require rejecting the person you became. Your survival skills deserve understanding. They carried you through moments when you did not yet have better tools. But gratitude for an old defense does not mean lifelong obedience to it. You can thank your silence for protecting you, then begin speaking. You can thank your independence for keeping you moving, then allow support. You can thank your vigilance for noticing danger, then teach it that calm is not carelessness. You can thank your control for creating order, then practice flexibility. You can thank your numbness for reducing pain, then slowly return to feeling. The goal is not to remove every defense, it is to gain choice. A prison exists when only one response feels possible. Freedom begins when you can pause and choose differently. You may still feel the old urge. You may still want to withdraw, agree, work harder, or prepare for disaster. The presence of the urge does not mean you have failed. The change happens when you stop treating the urge as an order. You observe it. You understand where it came from. You examine the present. Then you decide what serves the life you are building now. That is Stoic freedom. It is not freedom from every wound, fear, or difficult memory. It is freedom from automatic obedience to them. The survival skills that once protected you may always remain part of your story, but they do not have to remain the rulers of your future. You are no longer trapped in the conditions that created them, and little by little, through awareness, reason, courage, and deliberate action, you can prove to your mind that the door has been open for a long time. Once you begin seeing that old survival skills are not commands, another burden becomes easier to question. You start noticing how much of your life has been shaped by shame that was never truly yours. Shame placed on you by careless words, unfair treatment, impossible expectations, or people who needed you to feel small so they could avoid looking at themselves. Shame is one of the heaviest emotions because it does not simply say, "You made a mistake." It says, "There is something wrong with you." Guilt can guide a person toward repair. It can show that an action was dishonest, harmful, or unfair. Healthy guilt points towards something specific. You can acknowledge what you did, correct it where possible, learn from it, and move forward. Shame is different. Shame attacks the whole person. It tells you that one failure defines your character. It turns rejection into proof that you are unworthy. It turns another person's cruelty into evidence that you deserved it. When shame becomes deeply rooted, you may carry responsibility for events you did not create. Perhaps someone treated you badly, but you were asked what you did to provoke them. Someone ignored your needs, but you were called demanding for speaking about them. An adult failed to protect you, yet you were made to believe you were difficult, ungrateful, or impossible to love. Over time, the mind may stop questioning these messages. You begin repeating them in your own voice. I should have known better. I was too sensitive. I caused the problem. Maybe I deserved it. I should not have needed so much. These thoughts can feel like honest self-examination, but often they are old accusations that were never properly examined. The Stoic art of returning shame to its source begins with a commitment to accuracy. Stoicism does not ask you to blame everyone else. It asks you to place responsibility correctly. You take ownership of what belongs to you, and you refuse what does not. This is one of the clearest forms of inner justice. Epictetus taught that wisdom begins when we distinguish what is ours from what is not ours. This principle applies not only to events and outcomes, but also to blame. Your choices belong to you. Another person's cruelty belongs to them. Your mistakes belong to you. Their decision to humiliate you belongs to them. Your healing belongs to you. Their refusal to admit what they did belongs to them. When shame has been carried for years, these distinctions may feel uncomfortable. You may worry that releasing false blame means avoiding responsibility. But responsibility and self-condemnation are not the same. A responsible person can say, "I handled that badly." A shamed person says, "I ruin everything." A responsible person can say, "I trusted someone who was dishonest." A shamed person says, "I was foolish and I deserved what happened." One statement identifies an action or lesson. The other destroys the person. Stoicism supports the first and rejects the second because self-hatred does not improve character. Clear judgment does. To return shame to its source, Begin by asking what actually happened before deciding what it means about you. This is important because shame often removes context. Perhaps you stayed in a harmful relationship longer than you wish you had. Shame may say you were weak. A more accurate view may reveal that you were afraid, financially dependent, emotionally attached, isolated, or repeatedly promised that things would improve. Perhaps you failed to defend yourself during a painful moment. Shame may say you were cowardly, but your body may have frozen because it sensed danger. You may have lacked power, support, experience, or a safe way to respond. Understanding context does not mean refusing to learn. It means refusing to judge your past self, using knowledge and strength that only became available later. You survived with the tools you had then. You can develop better tools now without insulting the person who carried you this far. Many people receive shame from families that could not tolerate emotional honesty. When a child points out unfairness, the adults may call them disrespectful. When they express pain, they may be accused of seeking attention. When they resist harmful treatment, they may be described as rebellious. The label protects the system. If the child is difficult, no one has to examine why the child is distressed. If the child is ungrateful, no one has to consider what was missing. If the child is too sensitive, no one has to take responsibility for speaking cruelly. Years later, that child may still feel ashamed whenever they tell the truth. They may soften every complaint. They may doubt their memories. They may apologize for becoming emotional while describing something painful. The body learned that truth brings punishment. Returning shame to its source means recognizing that another person's refusal to face reality does not make your experience false. You do not need everyone involved to agree with your memory before you are allowed to understand its effect on you. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people often act from ignorance, fear, selfishness, or confused judgment. This insight can help you understand why people transfer shame. Some people shame others because they cannot tolerate their own guilt. If they can convince you that you caused the problem, they do not have to face their behavior. Some shame vulnerability because they are frightened by emotion. Some shame independence because they fear losing control. Some shame success because it awakens their insecurity. Some shame difference because they only feel safe around what they understand. Their reaction may reveal more about their inner condition than about your worth. This does not mean every criticism should be dismissed. Stoicism requires honest self-examination. When someone confronts you, ask whether there is truth in what they say. Did you act unfairly? Did you break a promise? Did you cause harm? Did you avoid a responsibility? If the answer is yes, accept the useful part without accepting humiliation. Make amends where possible. Change your conduct. Then continue living. A mistake requires correction, not permanent self-punishment. If the accusation is false, exaggerated, or designed to control you, leave it with the person who created it. You do not have to carry every judgment simply because it was spoken with confidence. People can be certain and still be wrong. Another form of misplaced shame grows from rejection. Someone leaves, excludes you, or stops choosing you, and the mind concludes that you are not enough. But rejection does not always measure worth. Sometimes it reveals incompatibility, poor timing, another person's limitations, or circumstances outside your control. A person may reject honesty because they prefer convenience. They may reject boundaries because they benefited from your lack of them. They may reject emotional depth because closeness frightens them. They may reject your growth because your old role served them better. Their inability to value something does not determine its value. A person who dislikes the sea does not reduce the beauty of the ocean. Stoic wisdom teaches you not to hand your identity to another person's preference. Their judgment is external. Your task is to examine your character. Were you honest? Were you fair? Did you act with courage? Did you respect yourself and others? These questions matter more than whether everyone approved. Shame also hides in the body. You may lower your voice when speaking about yourself. You may avoid eye contact when receiving praise. You may feel exposed when attention turns toward you. You may shrink your posture, hide your work, or dismiss your achievements before someone else can criticize them. These reactions often come from earlier experiences in which visibility was unsafe. Perhaps confidence was mocked. Success created jealousy. Mistakes were remembered for years. Being noticed meant being judged. So you learned to become smaller before anyone could reduce you. Returning shame to its source means allowing yourself to be seen without apologizing for existing. You do not need to exaggerate your importance. You simply stop denying it. When someone offers sincere praise, you can say thank you without immediately arguing against it. When you accomplish something meaningful, you can acknowledge the effort. When you enter a room, you do not need to act as though your presence requires forgiveness. This is not pride in the destructive sense. It is dignity. The Stoics valued humility, but humility does not mean self-erasure. True humility sees both strengths and weaknesses clearly. Shame only sees weakness and calls that honesty. You may also carry shame about needs that were never wrong. The need for love, the need for protection, the need to be heard, the need for rest, the need for reassurance during a difficult time. Human needs are not moral failures. Problems arise in how needs are expressed or pursued, but the need itself does not make you weak. A person can learn healthier ways to ask for care without becoming ashamed of needing it. This distinction can transform relationships. Instead of hiding a need until it turns into resentment, you can express it clearly. Instead of demanding that someone read your mind, you can tell them what would help. Instead of believing rejection proves the need was shameful, you can understand that not every person can meet every need. Their limit does not make your humanity embarrassing. Returning shame also requires changing the inner language you use after painful memories appear. When the mind says, "How could you have allowed that?" answer with curiosity rather than attack. Ask, "What did I understand at the time? What was I afraid of? What support was missing? What belief kept me there? What can I do differently now?" These questions create wisdom. Insults create paralysis. You cannot shame yourself into becoming free. There may also be shame around anger. If you were taught that anger was unacceptable, you may feel guilty whenever it rises. But anger itself is not always destructive. It can signal injustice, violation, frustration, or a need for change. The Stoic task is not to deny anger. It is to prevent anger from becoming your ruler. You can acknowledge it, investigate its cause, and choose a measured response. You may speak firmly. You may remove yourself. You may set a consequence. You may decide that silence is wiser. The emotion provides information, but reason chooses the action. When shame tells you that having anger makes you bad, you may suppress it until it appears in unhealthy ways. Returning shame to its source allows you to say, "Someone crossed a line. My reaction needs guidance, but the boundary still matters." There is also shame inherited from communities, traditions, and social expectations. You may have been taught that your personality, background, body, ambition, sensitivity, or life path made you unacceptable. Perhaps you spent years trying to become a version of yourself that would receive less criticism. You changed how you spoke. You hid your interests. You pretended not to care about things that mattered deeply. You shaped your life around avoiding judgment. But a life built entirely to prevent criticism becomes a performance. Stoicism asks a more stable question. Are you living according to virtue, reason, and honest purpose? If your conduct is fair and your choices do not harm others, the crowd's discomfort is not a command. Seneca warned against living for the approval of people whose values we do not even respect. This is one of the strangest effects of shame. You may allow people you would never seek advice from to define your worth. Pause and examine whose voice you are obeying. Would you trust this person's judgment in other areas of your life? Do they live with integrity? Do they treat people fairly? Do they understand your circumstances? If not, why has their opinion been given such authority inside your mind? You can return their judgment without hatred. You do not need revenge. You do not need to convince them they were wrong. You simply stop using their voice as the narrator of your life. This is what returning shame to its source truly means. It does not mean throwing pain back at people. It means ending the transfer. You recognize what was placed on you. You examine it carefully. You keep any lesson that is truthful. You release the cruelty, distortion, blame, and judgment that never belonged to you. Then you choose a new way of seeing yourself, not as someone without flaws, but as someone whose flaws do not erase their dignity. Not as someone who never failed, but as someone capable of learning. Not as someone untouched by the past, but as someone no longer willing to carry every accusation it produced. The shame may return from time to time, an old memory may rise, a familiar voice may speak inside your mind, but now you can pause and ask, whose voice is this? What is the evidence? What truly belongs to me? That pause creates distance, and in that distance you regain choice. You can take responsibility without accepting degradation. You can remember without reliving the judgment. You can face what happened without making it the definition of who you are. The burden becomes lighter when truth replaces accusation. Some shame belongs to the person who lied. Some belongs to the person who humiliated. Some belongs to the person who failed to protect. Some belongs to the person who demanded your silence so they could remain comfortable. You do not need to carry it for them anymore. Your responsibility now is not to punish the past. It is to stop continuing its work inside you. And each time you refuse to call yourself what someone else needed you to believe, you return another piece of shame to its rightful source and reclaim another piece of your life. Once shame is returned to the people, beliefs, and experiences that created it, another wound often becomes visible. You may realize that much of your pain did not come only from what happened to you, but from having to explain it again and again to people who never truly understood. Being misunderstood once can hurt. Being misunderstood for years can change the way you speak, trust, and see yourself. There is a special kind of loneliness in knowing what you meant, what you felt, and what you survived, while watching others create a completely different story about you. Perhaps you were called cold when you were protecting yourself, difficult when you were overwhelmed, lazy when you were exhausted, disrespectful when you finally spoke honestly, dramatic when you reacted to something that had been hurting you for a long time. People saw your response, but not the history behind it. They saw the silence, but not the number of times speaking had made things worse. They saw the distance, but not the betrayal that taught you to step back. They saw the anger, but not the years in which your boundaries were ignored. When this happens repeatedly, you may begin to believe that you are impossible to understand. You may start explaining every decision in painful detail, hoping that the right words will finally make someone see you correctly. You rehearse conversations before they happen. You prepare evidence. You remember dates, messages, and examples. You speak carefully so no one can twist what you mean. Yet even after explaining, You may leave the conversation feeling more confused than before. The problem is not always that you failed to communicate. Some people misunderstand because they lack information. Others misunderstand because the truth would require them to examine themselves. This difference matters. A willing person may not understand you immediately, but they ask questions. They listen. They allow your explanation to change their opinion. An unwilling person searches only for details that support the conclusion they already chose. No perfect sentence can open a mind committed to remaining closed. Stoic wisdom begins healing this damage by reminding you that another person's interpretation exists outside your control. You can speak honestly, carefully, and respectfully. You cannot force someone to receive your words without distortion. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when you stop demanding control over what belongs to others. Their opinion belongs to them. Your integrity belongs to you. This does not mean communication is unimportant. It means communication has a limit. Your responsibility is to express what is true as clearly as you can. After that, the listener becomes responsible for what they do with it. This can be difficult to accept when misunderstanding once had serious consequences. Perhaps being misread led to punishment, rejection, gossip, exclusion, or the loss of an important relationship. Your mind learned that correcting people was necessary for safety. Now, every inaccurate opinion may feel like an emergency. Someone thinks you are upset when you are simply tired, and you rush to reassure them. Someone dislikes a choice you made, and you immediately begin defending it. Someone repeats a false version of events, and you feel unable to rest until every detail is corrected. The deeper fear is often not, "They misunderstand me." It is, "Their misunderstanding will become the truth." But another person's belief does not automatically become reality. A false opinion may affect how they treat you. It may even influence other people, yet it still does not rewrite your motives, your experience, or your character. Marcus Aurelius was surrounded by judgment, rumor, conflict, and political pressure. He could not control how every person interpreted his decisions. His task was to return to his own conduct. You can ask the same Stoic questions. Was I honest? Was I fair? Did I act from fear or from principle? Is there something useful in the criticism? Is there something I should correct? If you acted poorly, repair it. If you communicated unclearly, clarify it. But once you have done what reason requires, endless defense becomes another form of captivity. You begin living inside a courtroom where every person is a judge and every decision requires a speech. Healing means leaving that courtroom. It means accepting that some people will only know the version of you that fits their needs. A controlling person may call your independence selfishness. Someone who benefits from your silence may call your honesty aggression. A person who avoids responsibility may call your memory inaccurate. Someone who cannot offer emotional depth may describe your needs as excessive. These descriptions are not neutral. They often protect the speaker's comfort. If your boundary can be labeled cruelty, they do not have to respect it. If your pain can be labeled drama, they do not have to respond to it. If your truth can be called confusion, they do not have to examine their conduct. Recognizing this helps you stop treating every misunderstanding as a communication problem. Sometimes it is a character problem in the listener. This does not mean you should become suspicious of everyone who disagrees with you. Stoicism values humility. You may sometimes be wrong. Your tone may obscure your message. Your emotions may lead you to explain events unfairly. A wise person remains willing to examine themselves. But humility is not the same as surrendering your reality. You can listen to criticism without handing away your judgment. You can consider another perspective while still respecting your own experience. You can admit uncertainty without allowing someone else to define everything for you. Healing requires learning the difference between being questioned and being erased. A healthy question invites clarity. Erasure tells you what you experienced without listening to your answer. A healthy disagreement leaves room for two perspectives. Erasure insists that only the other person's interpretation is allowed to exist. When you have been misunderstood repeatedly, you may develop the habit of over-explaining. You add more details than the moment requires because you are trying to prevent every possible false conclusion. A simple refusal becomes a long apology. A personal choice becomes a full history lesson. A request becomes a speech filled with reassurance. You may believe that saying more will create safety. Sometimes, however, more words only provide more material for an unwilling person to debate. Stoic communication is often simple. You state what is true. You explain what is necessary. You do not continue speaking merely because the other person refuses to accept the answer. You can say, "That is not what I meant." You can say, "I understand that you see it differently." You can say, "I have explained my decision." You can say, "I am not continuing this conversation." These sentences may feel incomplete because the old part of you still wants to be fully understood before leaving. But complete understanding is not always available. Sometimes peace begins where explanation ends. Constant misunderstanding can also damage your confidence in language. You may hesitate while speaking, change your words repeatedly, or watch the listener's expression instead of remaining connected to your own message. You are no longer simply communicating. You are monitoring whether the other person is preparing to reject what you say. This can make your speech sound uncertain, even when you know exactly what you mean. Begin practicing direct language in safer places. State a preference without giving a reason. Express a feeling without proving that it is justified. Ask for something without reducing its importance. Your voice becomes stronger when it is not forced to defend its right to exist. You may also need to accept that different people have different levels of emotional understanding. Some cannot recognize experiences they have never faced. Some lack the patience to look beneath behavior. Others can only understand feelings that resemble their own. This limitation can be disappointing, but it is not always malicious. Not everyone who fails to understand you is trying to harm you. Stoic wisdom helps you respond according to the situation. Where there is honest confusion, offer patience. Where there is limited experience, provide context. Where there is deliberate distortion, create distance. Wisdom does not use the same response for every person. The damage of being misunderstood may have also made you hide parts of yourself. You learned which opinions created conflict, which feelings made others uncomfortable, and which dreams attracted ridicule. So you became selective. You shared only what seemed acceptable. You changed your humor, softened your beliefs, and reduced your enthusiasm. You became skilled at sensing which version of yourself each person preferred. This brought social safety at the cost of inner division. After years of adjusting, you may wonder which version is real. The answer is not found by becoming identical around everyone. Human beings naturally show different sides of themselves in different settings. The problem begins when every version is built from fear. Healing means allowing your character to remain consistent even when your expression changes. You may be quieter in one place and more playful in another, but your values do not disappear. You do not pretend to support what you oppose. You do not laugh at what violates your principles. You do not deny what matters deeply just to remain accepted. Stoicism teaches that the stable part of you should be your character, not your reputation. Reputation changes from room to room. One person calls you wise, another calls you stubborn. One sees strength, another sees distance. One appreciates your honesty, another resents it. If you build your identity from these opinions, you will never stand on steady ground. Your character must be judged by a more reliable standard: the quality of your choices. Were you courageous when fear invited silence? Were you fair when anger invited cruelty? Were you disciplined when pain invited destruction? Were you honest when approval invited performance? These questions return you to yourself. There may still be grief around never being fully understood by someone important. Perhaps you wanted a parent, partner, sibling or friend to finally see why you became who you are. You may have waited for years for one conversation that would change everything. But some people cannot offer the understanding you seek. They may lack the emotional ability, the honesty, or the willingness. Continuing to demand recognition from them may keep your peace tied to their development. Acceptance here is painful, but freeing. You can wish they understood without making your healing depend on it. You can mourn the relationship you wanted while responding to the relationship that actually exists. You can stop presenting evidence to someone who has already chosen the verdict. This does not erase the desire to be understood. That desire is human. We all want someone to see beneath our behavior and recognize the truth of our inner world. The goal is not to stop caring completely. It is to become more careful about whose understanding you seek. Choose people who listen beyond the first sentence. People who can disagree without insulting your experience. People who ask before assuming. People who are capable of changing their minds. One honest relationship can repair some of the loneliness created by many careless ones. You can also give yourself the understanding you repeatedly sought outside. When a strong reaction appears, do not immediately accuse yourself of being unreasonable. Ask what the reaction is connected to. When you withdraw, ask what made the situation feel unsafe. When you become angry, identify what value or boundary feels threatened. Understanding yourself does not mean excusing every behavior. It means discovering the reason before deciding the correction. You can say, "My reaction was stronger than the present event required, but it came from something real." Then you can work on the response without denying the wound. This is one of the most powerful forms of self-respect. You become someone who does not automatically join the crowd against yourself. Seneca warned against becoming dependent on public opinion because the crowd is often inconsistent. The same people may criticize you for speaking and later criticize you for remaining silent. They may call you weak for staying and heartless for leaving. There is no perfect behavior that prevents all misunderstanding. Trying to find it will exhaust you. Instead, live clearly enough that misunderstanding does not destroy your relationship with yourself. Let your actions become your explanation over time. A patient life speaks. Consistent boundaries speak. Honest conduct speaks. The people willing to see will gather the evidence. The people committed to distortion would reject even the longest defense. Healing happens when you stop chasing every false story. You correct what matters. You protect your name when necessary. You speak when silence would permit real harm. But you do not spend your whole life running after people who misunderstand you from a distance. Some opinions must be allowed to remain wrong. This may feel like surrender at first. In truth, it is the recovery of energy. Energy once spent proving your heart can be used to build your life. Energy spent replaying conversations can be used to strengthen your judgment. Energy spent correcting every assumption can be used to deepen the relationships where listening already exists. You will still be misunderstood sometimes. Every honest person will be. But being misunderstood no longer has to mean becoming lost. You can remain calm while another person holds an incomplete picture. You can let time reveal what explanation cannot. You can accept that someone may leave, believing a story that protects them from the truth. Their story is not your identity. You know what you meant. You know what you have learned. You know what you must correct and what you must release. And when you can stand inside that knowledge without begging every person to confirm it, the wound begins to close. You stop asking the world to return your reflection. You look inward, examine your character honestly, and recognize yourself. Once you stop demanding that every person understand you, a quieter conflict begins to appear. You may finally know what you need, yet still feel wrong for choosing it. You may set a healthy boundary, take time to rest, leave an unfair situation, or protect your peace, and instead of relief, guilt arrives. That guilt can be confusing. You are not harming anyone. You are not acting with cruelty. You are simply choosing yourself. Yet something inside you whispers that you are selfish, unkind, or disappointing. This feeling usually did not begin with the choice in front of you. It began much earlier, when love, safety, or approval seemed connected to how much of yourself you were willing to give away. Perhaps you learned that being good meant being available. You were praised when you helped, agreed, sacrificed, or stayed quiet. People were pleased when you caused no difficulty. Their warmth may have disappeared when you expressed a different need. You learned to associate belonging with obedience. So now even a reasonable choice can feel like betrayal. You may decline an invitation because you are exhausted, then spend the evening worrying that the person is offended. You may stop lending money to someone who never repays you, yet feel as though you have abandoned them. You may take distance from a harmful relationship and still wonder whether you should have endured more. The mind does not ask only, was this choice right? It asks, will I still be loved after making it? That is often the true source of the guilt. For someone who learned to survive by keeping others comfortable, choosing yourself can feel like risking connection. The adult mind may know the boundary is necessary, while an older emotional pattern fears punishment, rejection, or silence. This is why guilt is not always proof that you have done something wrong. Sometimes guilt is the emotional cost of breaking an old rule. The rule may say that other people's needs come first. The rule may say that saying no makes you difficult. The rule may say that resting while someone else struggles is selfish. The rule may say that you are responsible for keeping everyone close. Stoic wisdom asks you to examine these rules instead of obeying them automatically. The Stoics believed that a wise choice should be judged by virtue, reason, and fairness, not by whether it creates immediate comfort. This means a decision can feel painful and still be right. You may feel guilty while acting justly. You may feel afraid while acting courageously. You may feel uncertain while using sound judgment. Emotion does not always reveal the moral quality of an action. It often reveals what you have been trained to expect. Before accepting guilt as evidence, ask what you actually did. Did you lie? Did you betray a promise? Did you act unfairly? Did you deliberately cause unnecessary harm? If the answer is yes, then guilt may be pointing toward repair. Admit what happened, apologize without making excuses, correct what you can, learn from the failure. But if you simply protected a limit, chose rest, asked for respect, or refused an unreasonable demand, the guilt may not be moral guidance. It may be conditioning. This distinction is essential. Healthy guilt says, I acted against my values. Conditioned guilt says, I acted against someone else's expectations. Those are not the same. A person may expect unlimited access to your time. Refusing them disappoints the expectation, but it does not violate your character. A family member may expect you to solve every crisis. Stepping back may upset them, but their discomfort does not prove that you are wrong. A friend may expect instant replies. Taking time for yourself may frustrate them, but your attention is not a debt they can collect whenever they choose. Stoicism teaches that justice must include proper limits. Giving beyond your strength is not always noble. Sometimes it creates resentment, dependency, and hidden dishonesty. When you say yes while wanting to say no, your body remains in the relationship, but your truth disappears. Over time, you may begin helping people with bitterness. You continue giving, but part of you quietly keeps score. You feel used, unseen, and exhausted. Then you judge yourself for the anger that grows. The anger is often not created by generosity. It is created by consent that was never freely given. Choosing yourself allows your kindness to become honest again. A freely chosen yes carries warmth. A fearful yes carries pressure. The goal is not to become self-centered, it is to stop confusing self-neglect with goodness. Stoicism does not teach that only your needs matter. Human beings are connected, and we have responsibilities to one another. We should be helpful, loyal, fair, and compassionate. But responsibility is not endless surrender. You can care about someone without giving them control over your life. You can support a person without solving every consequence of their decisions. You can love deeply without making your health, peace, or dignity disposable. The Stoic virtue of justice applies in both directions. It asks you to give others what is right, but it also asks you not to treat yourself unjustly. This can be difficult to accept, because you may have built your identity around sacrifice. People may describe you as the reliable one, the strong one, or the one who always comes through. These descriptions can feel meaningful. They can also become cages. When you begin changing, people may resist. They may remind you of what you used to do. They may accuse you of becoming distant, selfish, or different. And they may be correct about one thing. You are becoming different. You are no longer making every decision from fear of disappointing them. That does not make you cruel. It means your choices are becoming conscious. Some people will adjust. They may be surprised at first, but they will learn to respect your limits. Others may become angry because your old self was more useful to them. Their reaction offers information. A person who values you may not enjoy every boundary, but they can recognize your right to have one. A person who values only your availability may treat your boundary as an attack. You do not need to hate them. You only need to see the difference clearly. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people act according to their own understanding and desires. Someone may react badly because your choice blocks what they want. Their frustration belongs to them. Your task is to ask whether you acted with fairness. Perhaps your choice could have been communicated more gently. Perhaps the timing was poor. Perhaps you owe someone a clearer explanation. Stoicism allows correction without surrender. You can improve how you express a boundary without removing the boundary itself. You can say, "I should have spoken more calmly, but my decision remains the same." This is mature accountability. You take responsibility for your conduct without abandoning your needs to erase another person's discomfort. The guilt of choosing yourself can also appear when you rest. If you grew up believing that worth came from work, rest may feel undeserved. You may sit down but remain mentally active, searching for something useful to do. You may compare your tiredness with people who seem to carry more and conclude that you have no right to stop. But exhaustion does not need to become extreme before it deserves attention. Rest is not proof of weakness. It is part of wise self-management. A Stoic does not waste energy carelessly. Your body and mind are instruments through which you practice courage, discipline, service, and clear judgment. Neglecting them does not make you virtuous. It weakens your ability to live according to your values. Choosing rest can therefore be an act of responsibility. You are not escaping life. You are preparing to meet it with greater steadiness. You may also feel guilty when pursuing something that belongs only to you. A new goal, hobby, relationship, or opportunity may take time away from people who are used to receiving most of your attention. Their needs may be real, but your life is real too. You were not born only to support the plans of others. Your gifts, interests, and possibilities also deserve expression. Seneca warned that people often realize too late that they gave away much of their lives without noticing. Time is one of the few things that can never be recovered. Yet many people hand it over simply because they are afraid to say no. Choosing yourself sometimes means protecting your time from demands that are not urgent, necessary, or yours to carry. This may include emotional demands. Some people may use you as the place where they release every fear, complaint, and crisis. You listen because you care, but the relationship leaves little room for your own life. You are allowed to limit how much emotional weight you receive. You can say, "I care about you, but I do not have the capacity for this conversation tonight." That sentence does not deny their pain. It acknowledges your limit. A limit is not a rejection of the person. It is a truthful statement about what you can carry. You may still feel guilty afterward. Let the guilt exist without obeying it. This is an important Stoic practice. You do not have to remove every uncomfortable emotion before acting wisely. You can feel guilt and still keep the boundary. Tell yourself, "This feeling is familiar, but it is not a command." Then return to the facts. Was the request reasonable? Did you answer honestly? Did you act without unnecessary cruelty? Does this choice protect something important? If so, allow the discomfort to pass in its own time. Each time you survive the guilt without reversing a healthy decision, your mind learns something new. It learns that disappointment is not disaster. It learns that a relationship can survive your honesty, or reveal that it could not survive equality. It learns that choosing yourself does not make the world collapse. The guilt may be strongest with family, because family roles can become deeply fixed. Perhaps you were always the helper, the mediator, the financial support, or the one who remained calm. When you stop performing the role, the system may become unsettled. People may pressure you to return because your sacrifice made their lives easier. You may hear, "You have changed." Instead of defending yourself immediately, consider whether change was necessary. If your old role required silence, exhaustion, and constant self-denial, remaining unchanged would not be loyalty. It would be continued injury. You can love your family without remaining trapped in a role that damages you. You can honor the good they gave without surrendering your future to the patterns they created. Stoic acceptance helps you understand that some people may never approve of the healthier version of you. Waiting for their permission may keep you stuck forever. You do not need to become insensitive to their feelings. You simply stop making their approval the final authority over your life. Your judgment must become stronger than your fear of disappointing them. This requires practice. Begin with small choices. Do not answer every request immediately. Give yourself time to think. Ask whether the choice is yours or whether fear is making it for you. Notice the language you use. "I have to." "I cannot disappoint them." "They need me." "Everything will go wrong if I refuse." Question these statements. Do you truly have to, or do you feel pressured? Will disappointment cause real harm, or only discomfort? Do they need you, or have they become accustomed to you doing what they could do themselves? Are you helping or preventing them from developing responsibility? Choosing yourself can sometimes be the wisest choice for everyone involved. When you stop rescuing people from every consequence, they may finally learn to stand. When you stop agreeing to everything, communication becomes more honest. When you protect your energy, the help you do offer becomes more sincere. You no longer give from fear, you give from choice. There will be moments when choosing yourself is lonely. People who benefited from your self-neglect may not celebrate your growth. You may miss the praise that came from being endlessly available. But praise for abandoning yourself was never true safety. The deeper peace comes when your outer decisions no longer betray your inner truth. You begin sleeping without replaying the yes you wanted to make a no. You stop resenting people for requests you freely agreed to. You become clearer about what you can give and more dependable within those limits. Your life gains shape. You discover that self-respect is not a dramatic feeling. It is built through quiet decisions. Leaving when something repeatedly harms you. Speaking when silence would erase you. Resting before exhaustion becomes collapse. Keeping time for what gives your life meaning. Refusing to treat your needs as evidence of selfishness. The guilt may continue visiting for a while. It is an old guard standing at the entrance of a new life. It believes that safety depends on keeping everyone pleased. You do not need to fight it. Acknowledge it. Thank it for trying to protect you. Then remind it that you are no longer required to disappear in order to belong. Choosing yourself does not mean choosing against everyone else. It means including yourself among the people whose well-being matters. And once you understand that, guilt begins to lose its authority. You may still feel its presence, but you no longer mistake it for truth. You act according to wisdom. You remain fair. You correct yourself when necessary. But you stop apologizing for protecting the life that only you have been given to live. Once you stop feeling guilty for choosing yourself, another habit begins to loosen. You start seeing how often you have carried your pain into rooms where no one truly wanted to understand it. You explained carefully. You chose softer words. You gave examples, removed anger from your voice, and tried to make your suffering easy for others to accept. Still, some people refuse to see it. There is a deep exhaustion in having to prove that something hurt you. You may have spent years believing that if you explained yourself clearly enough, the right person would finally understand. You searched for better words. You replayed conversations. You wondered whether you sounded too emotional, too cold, too angry, or too uncertain. You believed the failure was in your explanation, but sometimes the listener understands more than they admit. They may understand that their behavior hurt you, but accepting it would require responsibility. They may understand your boundary, but respecting it would remove an advantage they enjoy. They may understand why you are distant, but admitting the reason would force them to examine what they did. So they remain unwilling. This is different from confusion. A confused person asks questions. They may disagree, but they listen. They want to know what they missed. They allow your words to affect their view. An unwilling person searches for ways to weaken your experience. They interrupt before you finish. They focus on your tone instead of your message. They point to one detail you remembered incorrectly and use it to dismiss everything else. They compare your pain with their own. They tell you that you are too sensitive, too dramatic, or too focused on the past. You leave the conversation not only unheard, but ashamed for having spoken. That is how the need to explain becomes a trap. You begin believing that your pain is only valid when another person approves it. Stoicism teaches something steadier. Your experience should be examined honestly, but its reality does not depend on the agreement of someone who benefits from denying it. Epictetus taught that some things are within your control and some are not. You control whether you speak truthfully. You control whether you exaggerate, insult, or remain fair. You do not control whether the listener has the courage to receive what you say. This distinction can save years of emotional energy. You may explain once. You may clarify where necessary. You may answer honest questions. But you do not have to keep presenting your pain like a case before a judge who has already decided the verdict. The need to explain often begins in childhood. Perhaps adults demanded reasons for every feeling. Sadness had to be justified. Fear had to make sense. Anger was only accepted if it was expressed without discomforting anyone. You learned that emotion alone was not enough. You needed evidence. So as an adult, you may provide a complete history whenever you set a boundary. You describe everything that led to the decision. You mention how patient you have been. You explain that you are not trying to hurt anyone. You hope the other person will say, "Now I understand." You are allowed to protect yourself. But permission may never come. Some people do not want explanation. They want access. They want you to remain available, forgiving, quiet, or easy to control. Your pain becomes inconvenient because it threatens the arrangement that benefits them. When this is true, more detail will not create understanding. It will only give them more material to debate. They may challenge your memory. They may say the event happened differently. They may insist that their intention should matter more than the effect. They may remind you of your mistakes so that their actions become less visible. They may say, "That was not what I meant," as though intention erases impact. Intent can matter. It may help you understand whether harm was careless or deliberate. But good intentions do not automatically remove consequences. A person can step on your foot by accident and still need to move. You do not need to accuse them of cruelty, but you also do not need to pretend there is no pain simply because they did not plan to cause it. Stoicism values truth without unnecessary drama. This means you can say, "I understand that you did not intend it, but it still affected me." That sentence respects both realities. If the person is willing, the conversation can continue. If they remain defensive, you gain information about their capacity for accountability. You are not required to keep speaking until they agree. One of the strongest Stoic practices is learning when words have completed their purpose. Many people continue explaining because silence afterward feels dangerous. They fear that if they stop, the other person's version will win. But truth is not always proven through the longest argument. Sometimes your calm departure says more than another hour of defense. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to waste time arguing about what a good person should be, but to become one. This principle can guide you when someone refuses to understand your pain. Instead of spending your life proving that you deserve respect, begin making decisions that reflect respect. Reduce access where harm continues. Stop sharing vulnerable information with people who use it against you. Leave conversations that become insulting. Protect your time from those who only contact you when they need something. Let your conduct express what your explanations could not. This is not punishment. It is alignment. Your boundary is not revenge for being misunderstood. It is a response to what the pattern has revealed. There is a difference between explaining for connection and explaining from desperation. Explaining for connection is calm. You want to be known, and you are willing to hear the other person as well. Explaining from desperation feels urgent. You believe peace is impossible until they agree with you. That urgency often means you have placed your emotional freedom in their hands. You are waiting for them to say that your pain was real, your response was reasonable, and your decision was justified. But the person who caused or dismissed the wound may not be capable of giving you the recognition you seek. Waiting for it can keep you tied to them. You return to the same conversation in different forms. You send long messages. You explain through mutual friends. You rehearse what you would say if given one more chance. Each attempt carries the hope that the right sentence will finally open the closed door. At some point, wisdom asks whether the door is closed because you have not found the key, or because the person on the other side has chosen to keep it locked. This question can be painful. It forces you to accept that some people will never understand you in the way you need, not because your experience lacks meaning, but because their emotional limits are stronger than your words. Acceptance here does not mean approval. It means seeing reality without bargaining with it. Seneca wrote about the suffering created when we demand that people be different from who they repeatedly show themselves to be. You may wish for honesty, empathy, and responsibility from someone who consistently offers denial. Hope can be beautiful, but when it ignores evidence, it becomes a source of injury. You do not have to stop caring about the person. You may still love them. You may still remember their good qualities. But love does not require you to keep returning to a place where your reality is debated. You can care from a safer distance. You can accept an apology that never comes by deciding that your future no longer depends on it. You can release the need for them to tell the story correctly. Breaking the need to explain also means accepting that people may misunderstand your silence. When you stop defending yourself, some will say you have no answer. When you leave, they may say you are avoiding responsibility. When you refuse another argument, they may claim you do not care. You cannot prevent every false interpretation. This is where your relationship with your own character becomes essential. Ask yourself whether you have listened honestly. Have you considered whether you contributed to the problem? Have you apologized for what truly belongs to you? Have you spoken clearly without deliberate cruelty? Have you given the other person a fair chance to respond? If the answer is yes, you do not need to remain in an endless cycle simply to prove that you are reasonable. Stoicism does not support stubbornness disguised as peace. You should remain open to correction. Someone may reveal a truth you overlooked. Your memory may be incomplete. Your reaction may have caused harm. But openness is not submission. You can consider another person's view without allowing it to erase yours. You can say, "I understand your perspective, but this is still what I experienced." Two people can remember an event differently, yet one person's memory does not automatically cancel the emotional effect on the other. You do not need complete agreement to make a wise decision about what happens next. The need to explain your pain may also come from loneliness. You may believe that being understood is the only way to feel close. Because of this, you keep sharing with someone emotionally unavailable, hoping depth will eventually create intimacy. But vulnerability only creates connection when it is met with care. In the wrong hands, vulnerability becomes information without protection. You must become more selective about who receives the deepest parts of your story. Not everyone deserves access simply because they ask. Trust should be based on behavior. Does this person listen without turning the conversation toward themselves? Can they hold private information safely? Do they admit when they are wrong? Do they make room for feelings they do not fully understand? Can they disagree without mocking or punishing you? These qualities matter more than how long you have known someone. You may have family members who have known you all your life, but never truly listened. You may meet someone newer who responds with more respect. Time does not automatically create emotional safety. Character does. There is also value in learning to witness your own pain. When no one else understands, you can still become honest with yourself. Write what happened without trying to make it acceptable. Name what you lost. Recognize what changed inside you. Identify what you needed and did not receive. This is not about becoming trapped in the past. It is about ending the argument within your own mind. Many people continue explaining externally because internally they still doubt themselves. Part of them says, "It hurt." Another part replies, "Maybe you are exaggerating." This inner conflict keeps the wound open. Stoic reflection can create clarity. Separate the event from the interpretation. Identify the facts. Notice the judgment you formed. Ask whether that judgment remains useful or accurate. Perhaps the event was rejection. The judgment became, "I am unlovable." Perhaps the event was betrayal. The judgment became, "No one can be trusted." Perhaps the event was neglect. The judgment became, "My needs do not matter." You do not need to deny the event to question the conclusion. This is where healing deepens. The goal is not only to stop explaining your pain to unwilling people. It is to stop allowing their refusal to define what the pain means about you. Their lack of empathy does not mean you are unworthy of care. Their denial does not make the event harmless. Their unwillingness to apologize does not mean you imagined the wound. Their discomfort with your truth does not make silence your duty. You can carry this knowledge quietly. Quiet certainty is different from suppressed emotion. Suppression says, "I cannot speak because my experience does not matter." Quiet certainty says, "I have spoken enough. I no longer need this person's agreement." That is a powerful shift. You stop entering every conversation with the goal of being understood. Sometimes the goal becomes simply to state the truth. Sometimes the goal is to communicate a decision. Sometimes no conversation is necessary because the pattern has already provided the answer. Not every ending needs a final speech. Not every boundary needs a complete explanation. Not every person deserves access to your wounds. You can leave with words unsaid and still be whole. There may always be a part of you that wishes certain people had understood. That wish is human. You do not have to shame yourself for it. You only need to stop building your life around fulfilling it. Let the wish exist without turning it into another attempt. Let grief replace argument. Grieve the apology that did not come. Grieve the protection they could not offer. Grieve the version of the relationship you kept hoping would appear. Grief may hurt, but it moves. Endless explanation keeps you standing in the same room. As you release the need to convince, your energy begins returning. You think less about what you should have said. You stop checking whether they finally see your side. You no longer measure your peace by their understanding. You use that energy to build safer relationships, clearer boundaries, and a steadier inner life. The Stoic victory is not that everyone finally agrees with you. It is that their refusal no longer controls you. You know what you experienced. You have examined it honestly. You have accepted what belongs to you and released what does not. Now, your healing can continue without an audience. Some people may never understand your pain, but you no longer need to keep hurting yourself while trying to make them. Once you stop carrying your pain to people determined not to understand it, a deeper question begins to rise. Why did their understanding matter so much in the first place? Often, the answer leads back to a childhood where love did not feel freely given. It felt like something you had to deserve, protect, and repeatedly earn. A child should not have to perform for affection. Yet many children quietly learn that warmth appears only when they behave correctly, achieve something impressive, remain useful, or make life easier for the adults around them. Perhaps you received praise when you succeeded, but little comfort when you struggled. Maybe affection increased when you obeyed and disappeared when you disagreed. You learned that being pleasant brought closeness, while anger, sadness, mistakes, or independence created distance. No one may have directly said, "You must earn my love." The lesson was taught through patterns. You were noticed when you performed well. You were praised when you helped. You were accepted when you remained quiet. You were treated warmly when you met expectations. But when you needed patience, reassurance, or protection, the atmosphere changed. A child cannot easily conclude that the adults around them are emotionally limited. The child usually reaches a more painful conclusion. Something about me must be wrong. So you begin improving yourself in order to feel secure. You become more helpful, responsible, successful, agreeable, or emotionally controlled. You study what receives praise and hide whatever causes withdrawal. Slowly, love stops feeling like a relationship and begins feeling like a reward. This belief can follow you far into adulthood. You may enter relationships asking not whether someone is capable of loving you well, but what you must become to keep them interested. You adjust your personality, silence your needs, and work hard to remain valuable. You offer more than you can comfortably give because generosity feels safer than simply being known. You solve problems before anyone asks. You remember details, provide support, forgive quickly, and make yourself difficult to replace. Underneath all that effort may be a frightened belief. If I stop being useful, they may stop choosing me. That is not love creating freedom. It is fear creating performance. Stoic wisdom begins repairing this wound by separating your value from what other people decide to give you. The Stoics believed that what is truly good in a person lies in character, wisdom, justice, courage, and self-control. External rewards such as praise, affection, attention, popularity, and approval may be pleasant, but they cannot define your worth. This does not mean relationships are unimportant. Human beings need connection. Affection matters. Belonging matters. But when your identity depends entirely on another person's approval, you become emotionally controlled by something outside your command. Epictetus warned against placing freedom in the hands of others. When you believe someone else's love proves your value, their distance can make you feel worthless. Their praise lifts you. Their silence destroys you. Their changing mood becomes the ruler of your inner life. You begin watching them instead of living honestly. Did they reply differently? Are they losing interest? Did you disappoint them? Should you do more? The mind becomes a servant to uncertain affection. Recovery begins when you recognize that love offered conditionally reveals the giver's limitations more than the receiver's worth. A parent may have struggled to show warmth because they were never shown warmth themselves. They may have valued achievement because failure frightened them. They may have controlled you because uncertainty made them anxious. Understanding these possibilities can bring compassion, but compassion must not become denial. Their limitations affected you. You can understand why someone loved poorly and still admit that you were wounded by it. You can forgive what they could not give without pretending you did not need it. The child you once were needed affection that remained present during mistakes. You needed to know that disagreement would not end connection. You needed correction without humiliation and guidance without emotional withdrawal. When these things were absent, you may have learned to fear failure more than the failure itself. A mistake was not simply a mistake. It threatened belonging. This is why criticism may still feel unusually painful. Even gentle correction can awaken the old fear that you are about to lose someone's respect. You may become defensive, ashamed, or desperate to prove yourself. Marcus Aurelius offers a steadier approach. He examined his conduct without turning every weakness into an attack on his identity. He understood that being imperfect was part of being human, and that improvement required honest reflection rather than humiliation. You can learn to receive correction in the same way. Ask whether the criticism contains truth. If it does, use it. Correct the behavior, strengthen the skill. Apologize where necessary. But do not turn feedback into a verdict on whether you deserve love. You can be wrong and remain worthy. You can disappoint someone and remain human. You can fail at something without becoming a failure. The belief that love must be earned also affects how you receive care. When someone gives without asking for anything, you may feel uneasy. You search for the hidden price. You wonder what they will expect later. Instead of enjoying kindness, you prepare to repay it. A compliment creates pressure to keep performing. A gift creates obligation. Support creates fear that you now owe permanent loyalty. This happens because affection was once connected to conditions. Your mind assumes every act of care must have a contract hidden inside it. Recovery requires learning that healthy love is not a transaction. In a healthy relationship, both people give, receive, make mistakes, and have limits. Care is not calculated after every interaction. One person may carry more during a difficult season, while the balance changes later. This does not mean accepting one-sided relationships. Mutuality still matters, but mutuality develops across time. It is different from urgently paying back every kind act because receiving feels dangerous. Practice allowing small moments of care to remain unpaid. Accept the compliment and say, "Thank you." Let someone help without immediately finding a task to perform for them. Receive a thoughtful gesture without explaining why you did not deserve it. Notice the discomfort, but do not rush to escape it. You are teaching your mind that care can arrive without becoming a debt. Another consequence of earned love is overachievement. You may pursue success not only because you enjoy the work, but because achievement gives temporary relief from self-doubt. Each accomplishment says, "See, I matter." But the relief rarely lasts. There is always another standard, another goal, or another person doing better. Because the deeper need is emotional rather than professional, no achievement can satisfy it permanently. The mind moves the finish line. You may earn praise and immediately fear losing it. You may accomplish something meaningful and focus on the one detail that was imperfect. You may reach a goal and feel strangely empty afterward. Stoicism helps redirect ambition toward what can actually be controlled. Instead of working to prove that you deserve existence, work because excellence expresses your character. Do the task carefully because discipline matters. Learn because wisdom expands your life. Serve because justice calls you to contribute. Let achievement become an expression of values rather than a request for permission to feel worthy. The difference may not be visible to anyone else, but it changes your inner experience. One effort is driven by fear. The other is guided by purpose. One says, "I must succeed so people will choose me." The other says, "I will give my best because that is the person I choose to be." When results become uncertain, the second person remains steadier. They may feel disappointed, but their identity does not collapse. Love that had to be earned may also teach you to tolerate emotional inconsistency. Because affection once came and went according to your behavior, unpredictable relationships can feel strangely familiar. You may become attached to people who are warm one day and distant the next. Their return brings relief, and that relief feels like deep love. But relief is not always intimacy. Sometimes it is simply the end of anxiety created by their withdrawal. You may work harder whenever they become distant. You become more attentive, forgiving, and available. Their coldness activates the old child who believes the correct performance will bring warmth back. This pattern can keep you in relationships where you are constantly proving your value. Stoic reason asks you to step back from the emotional cycle and examine the evidence. Is this person consistent? Do their actions match their words? Can you express a need without being punished? Do they show care when you are not entertaining, useful, successful, or easy? Do they take responsibility when they hurt you? Love should be judged by repeated conduct, not by the intensity of occasional affection. A few powerful moments cannot repair a pattern of neglect. You may also feel drawn to people who need rescuing, because rescue gives you a clear role. When someone depends on you, you feel necessary. Being necessary can feel close to being loved. But necessity and love are not the same. A person may depend on your money, emotional labor, advice, connections, or constant forgiveness without truly respecting you. When your usefulness ends, their attention may disappear. This does not mean helping others is wrong. Stoicism values service and cooperation. The question is whether your help comes from virtue or from fear. Would you still feel secure if the person no longer needed you? Can you allow them to solve problems without feeling forgotten? Do you help because it is wise, or because saying no makes you fear abandonment? Your answer reveals whether generosity is free or emotionally forced. Recovery requires building relationships in which your presence matters, even when you are not solving anything. You deserve conversations where you do not have to perform wisdom. You deserve company where silence is comfortable. You deserve affection on ordinary days when you have achieved nothing remarkable. At first, this kind of love may feel less exciting because it does not create the familiar cycle of fear and relief. Stability can feel quiet. You may mistake that quietness for a lack of passion. But peace often feels unfamiliar to a mind trained by conditional affection. Give consistency time to become recognizable. The Stoics also teach you to stop begging external things to complete what must be cultivated within. This does not mean you should become your only source of love. It means your basic dignity should not disappear whenever another person withdraws. You begin offering yourself what you were taught to chase. You keep your promises to yourself. You rest without earning exhaustion first. You speak truthfully even when no applause follows. You refuse to insult yourself after failure. You protect your time from people who repeatedly misuse it. These choices become evidence that your relationship with yourself is no longer conditional. You do not offer care only when you perform well. You remain present during confusion, error, grief, and uncertainty. This is not indulgence. You still hold yourself accountable. But accountability takes place inside a relationship of respect. A wise guardian corrects without withdrawing love. That is what you are learning to become for yourself. There may be grief in this process. You may finally recognize how much of your life was spent chasing affection from people who only responded to performance. You may grieve the childhood in which you became impressive instead of protected. You may remember awards, achievements, or acts of service that were secretly attempts to feel secure. Do not shame yourself for this. The child who performed was not foolish. That child was trying to preserve connection using the only method available. Offer gratitude for the strength that helped you survive. Then teach yourself a new rule. Love that requires your disappearance is not safety. Love that appears only when you perform is not proof of your value. Love that punishes honesty is not something you must work harder to deserve. You are allowed to choose relationships where care does not need to be constantly won. Some people may leave when you stop overgiving. Let their departure reveal what held the connection together. Others may come closer because your honesty allows them to know the real person beneath the performance. Most importantly, you will begin to feel less divided inside. You will not have to choose between belonging and truth. You will not have to exhaust yourself to feel visible. You will not have to remain flawless to believe you are worthy of patience. The wound may still speak sometimes. It may tell you to do more, give more, achieve more, and ask for less. When it does, pause. Ask whether love is truly being created, or whether an old fear is asking you to perform again. Then return to the Stoic foundation beneath changing opinions and uncertain relationships. Your worth is not an award another person hands you. Your task is to shape your character, act with integrity, and treat yourself and others justly. The right people will not require you to audition for your place in their lives. And even when someone cannot love you as you hoped, their limitation does not reduce what you are. You were never supposed to earn the right to be cared for. You were supposed to learn that love could meet you as a human being, unfinished, imperfect, growing, and already worthy of being treated with dignity. Once you begin accepting that love should not have to be earned, another hidden absence becomes easier to feel. You may recognize that what you needed was not only affection, protection, or approval. You also needed comfort, not advice, not correction, not a command to be strong. You needed someone to remain beside you while the pain was still real. Some wounds become deeper because no one responded properly when they first appeared. Perhaps you cried and were told to stop. You were frightened and heard, "There is nothing to be afraid of." You were disappointed and someone quickly explained why it was not important. You were hurt, but instead of being held emotionally, you were questioned, corrected, compared, or ignored. The message was rarely spoken directly, but you understood it. Your feelings were too much. Your sadness was inconvenient. Your fear needed to disappear quickly. Your pain was only acceptable if it could be solved. So you learned to suffer quietly. A child does not always need an adult to remove the problem. Many problems cannot be removed immediately. What the child needs is the experience of not being alone inside the problem. Comfort says, "I see that this hurts." Comfort says, "You do not have to explain everything right now." Comfort says, "Your feelings can exist here without frightening me." When this response is missing, the child may learn that distress must be managed in isolation. They may become very skilled at hiding emotional pain before anyone notices it. They may cry silently, calm themselves quickly, and return to normal before the people around them become uncomfortable. Others may later describe them as strong, but strength formed without comfort often carries a quiet loneliness. As an adult, you may not know what to do when you are upset. You may immediately search for a solution, even when the situation requires grief rather than action. You may criticize yourself for still feeling pain after understanding the facts. You tell yourself that you should be over it because enough time has passed. Yet emotions do not always move according to logic. You can understand why a relationship ended and still miss the person. You can know that a decision was necessary and still grieve what it cost. You can accept that the past cannot change and still feel sadness when you remember it. Comfort does not argue with these truths. It makes space for them. Stoicism is often misunderstood as the practice of removing emotion as quickly as possible. But the Stoics did not teach people to treat themselves like machines. They understood grief, fear, disappointment, and loss. Their discipline was not emotional denial. It was learning how to experience pain without allowing it to destroy judgment or character. This distinction is important. Suppression says, "I must not feel this." Stoic steadiness says, "This feeling is here, and I can remain with it without losing myself." The person who was never comforted may find this difficult because remaining with pain feels unsafe. The moment distress appears, they may rush to escape it. They stay busy. They clean, work, scroll, eat, organize, or solve other people's problems. They may call someone but avoid discussing what actually hurts. They tell stories around the pain without entering it. They laugh while describing something painful so the listener will not become uncomfortable. This is not dishonesty. It is a learned form of emotional protection. You may have discovered that humor kept people close, while sadness made them withdraw. so you became entertaining at the exact moment you needed tenderness. The quiet damage appears when no one realizes that the person making everyone laugh is asking not to be left alone. Stoic healing begins by allowing the truth to become simple. This hurt me. I am grieving. I feel afraid. I do not know what I need yet. These sentences do not solve the experience, but they stop you from abandoning it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to see things as they were, without adding unnecessary judgment. You can apply this to pain. Instead of saying, "I should not still feel this," state the reality more accurately. "This memory still affects me." That is not weakness, it is observation. Once the truth is named, you can ask what a wise response requires. Sometimes action is needed. A boundary must be set. A conversation must happen. Support must be sought. A harmful situation must end. Other times, no immediate action can remove the pain. The wise response is patience. This kind of patience is not passive. It is the decision not to punish yourself for healing slowly. Many people who are not comforted properly become uncomfortable around the emotions of others. They may care deeply, yet feel helpless when someone cries. They search for advice because silence feels inadequate. They offer solutions because another person's pain awakens their own unprocessed feelings. They may say, "Everything happens for a reason." You need to stay positive. At least it was not worse. These words are often meant kindly, but they can make a suffering person feel more alone. They move too quickly toward meaning before making space for pain. True comfort does not rush someone toward a lesson. Sometimes the lesson comes later. First, the person needs to know that their distress does not make them difficult to love. If you were never given this experience, you can begin learning it now. Start by noticing how you respond to yourself when pain appears. Do you become impatient? Do you demand an explanation? Do you compare your suffering with someone else's? Do you speak inwardly in the voice of people who once dismissed you? You may hear thoughts such as, "This is ridiculous," or "You are being too sensitive." Pause when that voice appears. Ask whether it is helping you understand the situation or simply repeating the neglect. Stoic self-discipline should guide the mind, not attack it. There is a difference between firmness and cruelty. Firmness says, "We cannot change what happened, but we can choose what comes next." Cruelty says, "You should never have been affected." Firmness protects your dignity. Cruelty deepens the original wound. Learning to comfort yourself does not mean giving yourself every answer you want. It means refusing to become emotionally absent when answers are unavailable. You can place a hand over your chest, slow your breathing, and acknowledge what is happening. You can sit somewhere quiet without forcing the feeling to disappear. You can write the words you wish someone had said. "I believe you." You did not deserve to face that alone. You are allowed to be tired. You do not need to become better immediately. Simple language can reach places that long explanations cannot. The body also remembers whether comfort was available. If you rarely received soothing contact, a calm voice, or patient presence, your body may remain tense even when your thoughts say, "Everything is fine." You may hold your breath without noticing. Your shoulders remain raised. Your jaw tightens. Your sleep is light. You stay prepared for interruption. This is why comfort must sometimes be physical as well as mental. Warmth, steady breathing, quiet music, soft lighting, a safe room, or the presence of a trusted person can help the body learn that distress does not always lead to abandonment. The purpose is not to create dependence on perfect conditions. It is to provide evidence of safety. Epictetus taught that we should work with what is within our control. You may not control when painful memories appear, but you can influence the environment in which you meet them. You can turn off unnecessary noise. You can step away from people who mock vulnerability. You can choose not to discuss tender subjects with those who treat pain as entertainment. You can create a small ritual that tells your mind, "This is a place where I do not have to perform." This is not weakness, it is wise preparation. Never being comforted properly can also create difficulty receiving comfort from others. When someone responds gently, you may feel embarrassed. You may change the subject, make a joke, or insist that you are fine. Care can feel exposing because it reaches the part of you that learned not to need it. You may fear that crying in front of someone will reduce their respect for you. You may believe that once they see your pain, they will use it against you or become tired of you. These fears should not be ignored because not every person is emotionally safe. Stoicism does not teach blind trust. It teaches careful judgment. Observe how people respond to smaller moments of vulnerability. Do they listen without interrupting? Do they protect what you share? Do they remain kind after seeing you struggle? Do they respect your pace or pressure you to reveal more? Trustworthy comfort is consistent and does not demand a performance in return. It does not make your pain about the helper. It does not create a debt. It does not disappear the moment your feelings become inconvenient. Allowing yourself to receive such care may feel unnatural at first. You may want to repay it immediately. You may apologize for taking time or say, "I do not want to burden you." Notice the assumption beneath that apology. You are assuming that being emotionally present for you is an unfair cost. A healthy relationship includes moments when one person needs more support. The balance does not have to be measured after every conversation. Receiving care is part of human cooperation, not a failure of independence. There is another consequence of inadequate comfort. You may confuse being needed with being emotionally close. Because comforting others gave you a role, you may become the person everyone turns to. You listen for hours, stay available during crises, and offer patience you rarely receive. This can feel meaningful, but it may also protect you from being the vulnerable one. When you are helping, you remain in control. The focus stays away from your own pain. You may know everyone's wounds, while no one knows yours. Stoic justice asks you to examine the balance. Are these relationships mutual? Can you speak without becoming responsible for the listener's discomfort? Are you valued beyond the support you provide? You do not need to stop being compassionate. But compassion should not become a hiding place. You are also allowed to be the one who is held emotionally. The wound of never being comforted may appear most strongly during loss. When something ends, you may move quickly into practical tasks. You organize, inform people, make decisions, and care for others. Only much later does the emotional weight arrive. By then, everyone may assume you have recovered. Delayed grief is not false grief. Sometimes the body waits until the crisis has passed before allowing pain to become fully felt. Do not judge yourself if sadness appears months or years later. Time does not follow a simple schedule inside the mind. A memory may remain quiet until you finally feel safe enough to face it. That return is not regression. It may be evidence that you now have the capacity to process what was once too much. The Stoic response is to meet it without panic. You do not say, "I am back at the beginning." You say, "Another part of this experience is ready to be understood." This attitude changes pain from an enemy into something that can be observed and guided. Comfort also means allowing tears, silence, and confusion without demanding that they produce a clear lesson. Not every painful experience arrives to make you stronger. Some events are simply sad, unfair, or deeply disappointing. Stoicism does not require you to call every loss good. It asks you to use what happens without becoming morally destroyed by it. You can say, "I would never have chosen this, but I will decide how I carry it." That decision may include grief. Courage is not refusing to cry. Courage is allowing grief without believing it has erased your future. You may never receive the exact comfort you needed from the people who should have given it. A parent may remain emotionally distant. A former partner may never understand. Someone who dismissed your pain may never admit what their response did to you. This truth deserves grief of its own. But your healing does not have to remain frozen while you wait for them to become different. You can stop returning to emotionally empty places in search of warmth. You can build new relationships with people who do not treat feelings as problems. You can learn to remain beside yourself instead of demanding immediate recovery. Little by little, the inner experience changes. Pain still arrives, but it no longer finds an empty room. Fear rises, but it is met with attention rather than shame. Sadness remains for a while, but it is not forced to hide. You begin giving yourself the emotional response that was missing: steady presence. This does not make the past disappear. It changes what happens when the past speaks. The old wound says, "No one will stay when you are hurting." Your new practice answers, "I will." The old wound says, "You must become calm before you deserve care." You answer, "Care is what helps calm become possible." The old wound says, "Your feelings are a burden." You answer, "They are human experiences that need wisdom and patience." That is how the quiet damage begins to heal. Not through one perfect conversation, not through forcing yourself to forget, but through repeated moments in which pain is finally met instead of dismissed. You may have spent years believing strength meant needing no comfort. Now you can understand something deeper. Real strength is the ability to face pain honestly, receive care wisely, and remain present with yourself until the storm no longer feels like a place you have been abandoned. Once you learn to remain beside yourself during pain, a new difficulty may appear. Even in quiet moments, your body may refuse to believe that you are safe. The room is calm, no crisis is happening, and nothing demands an immediate response. Still, part of you keeps listening for the next problem. Trouble has not arrived, but your mind has already opened the door. You may wake with tension before remembering what day it is. You check your phone expecting bad news. You study people's voices for signs that something has changed. A peaceful week makes you uneasy because life has been calm for too long. Instead of enjoying the stillness, you begin asking what will ruin it. This pattern often develops when safety was unpredictable. Perhaps arguments began without warning. Money problems appeared suddenly. A parent's mood could change the atmosphere of the entire home. Promises were made and broken. Good days were followed by painful ones before you had time to relax. Your mind learned that peace was not a place to rest. It was the quiet moment before something went wrong, so you became prepared. You watched faces, you listened to footsteps, you noticed small changes in tone. You learned to predict the emotional weather before anyone else admitted that a storm was forming. That awareness may have protected you once. It helped you avoid conflict, prepare for disappointment, or make yourself less visible when tension was rising. But years later, the same protection can keep you trapped in a future filled with danger that has not happened. You may call it being realistic. You may say that you are simply careful. Yet carefulness responds to evidence. Constant expectation of trouble responds to memory. The difference is important. A careful person locks the door at night and then sleeps. A fearful person locks it, checks it repeatedly, listens for every sound, and still expects someone to enter. Preparation has a clear ending. Hypervigilance does not. Stoic wisdom offers a way out by bringing the mind back to what is actually happening. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned himself to the present because he understood that much suffering is created when the mind leaves the current moment and begins living inside imagined futures. Right now, what is truly wrong? Not what might happen tomorrow, not what happened years ago, not what another person could be thinking. What is happening in this exact moment? Perhaps you are sitting in a quiet room. Your body is tense, but there is no immediate threat. Your phone has not brought bad news. No one is shouting. No urgent decision must be made. The discomfort is real, but the danger may not be. This is where healing begins. Learning to separate an alarm from an emergency. An alarm is a signal. It asks you to look. An emergency is a fact. It requires action. When you have lived through instability, every alarm may feel like proof that immediate action is needed. A delayed message leads you to call repeatedly. A change in someone's expression makes you demand reassurance. A small physical sensation sends your thoughts toward the worst possible outcome. Your mind believes that quick action can prevent pain. Sometimes action is wise, but often fear is asking you to solve something before you know whether a problem exists. Stoic discipline teaches the pause. Before reacting, ask, "What do I know and what am I adding?" You know that someone has not replied. You may be adding that they are angry, injured, leaving, or deliberately ignoring you. You know that your manager requested a meeting. You may be adding that you are about to lose your job. You know that you made a mistake. You may be adding that everything you have built will now collapse. The event is usually smaller than the story fear places around it. Epictetus taught that people are disturbed not only by events, but by the judgments they form about those events. This does not mean difficult events are harmless. It means the first interpretation is not always the truth. Your mind may produce a frightening conclusion because it was trained to prepare for danger. You do not have to accept that conclusion without examination. You can say, "This is one possible explanation, not the only one." That sentence creates space. Within that space, reason can return. The habit of expecting trouble may also appear as constant mental rehearsal. You prepare conversations that may never happen. You form responses to accusations no one has made. You plan how you will survive losses that have not occurred. This can feel responsible because you are trying to avoid being caught unprepared. But the mind cannot rehearse every possible future. Life can always produce something you did not predict. Endless rehearsal does not create complete safety. It creates exhaustion. The Stoics practiced reflecting on possible difficulties, but their purpose was not to remain frightened. They used preparation to reduce surprise and strengthen character. There is a difference between saying, "A challenge may come, so I will meet it wisely," and saying, "Something terrible is coming, and I must remain tense until it arrives." The first creates readiness. The second steals the present. Healthy preparation is brief and practical. You consider what might reasonably happen, decide what action is available, and then return to living. Anxious preparation keeps searching after useful action has ended. You check the same details again. You repeat the same possibilities. You try to achieve certainty where certainty does not exist. When there is nothing else to do, the Stoic task is acceptance. You have prepared what can be prepared. The rest belongs to time, chance, other people, and circumstances outside your command. Letting go does not mean that you no longer care. It means you recognize the limit of thought. Worry cannot control tomorrow simply because it occupies today. A person who expects trouble may also find it hard to enjoy happiness. Good moments create fear because there is suddenly something to lose. You receive an opportunity and immediately think about failure. You begin a healthy relationship and start searching for signs that it will end. You feel physically well and wonder how long it will last. Joy becomes connected to danger. Part of you believes that if you do not become too happy, future disappointment will hurt less. You reduce your hope in advance, hoping to reduce the pain of losing it. But refusing to enjoy something does not protect you from losing it. It only ensures that fear damages the experience before life has the chance to change it. Stoicism teaches appreciation without possession. You can value what is present while remembering that nothing external is guaranteed to remain forever. This is not a reason to withdraw from joy. It is a reason to become fully present with it. A conversation matters because it is happening now. A peaceful morning deserves attention because it is here. A person's love can be appreciated today without demanding proof that it will never change. The possibility of loss gives the moment value. It does not make the moment unsafe. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that everything changes. The fearful mind hears this and says, "Do not become attached to anything." The wiser mind says, "Since this moment will not remain forever, I will not waste it by being absent." You can enjoy without controlling. You can love without demanding certainty. You can rest without receiving a promise that no difficulty will ever return. Another reason you may expect trouble is that calm feels unfamiliar in the body. When tension has been present for years, it begins to feel normal. Your shoulders stay raised. Your breathing remains shallow. Your muscles prepare for action even while you are sitting still. When the body starts to relax, the unfamiliar sensation may be interpreted as vulnerability. You may suddenly remember unfinished tasks. You may create a problem to solve. You may start an argument, check upsetting news, or return to a painful memory. The mind often prefers familiar discomfort to unfamiliar peace. This does not mean you consciously want pain. It means your system recognizes tension and knows how to function inside it. Calm requires a new skill. Begin with small periods of safety. Do not demand that your body relax completely. That demand creates another task to perform. Instead, notice one place where tension can soften. Release your jaw, lower your shoulders. Let your hands become still. Take a slower breath without forcing it to be deep. Look around and name what is present. A chair, a wall, a window, a quiet room, the sound of air moving, the feeling of the floor beneath your feet. This brings attention out of the imagined future and back into the physical present. You are not trying to convince yourself that nothing bad will ever happen. That would be a promise no one can make. You are reminding yourself that it is not happening now. That distinction allows the body to stop fighting a future that has not arrived. Living as though trouble is always coming can also make you suspicious of good people. Consistency may feel too perfect. Kindness may seem like preparation for manipulation. You wait for the hidden motive to reveal itself. Careful judgment is wise. Trust should develop through evidence. But fear may reject evidence even when it appears repeatedly. Someone keeps their word, and you call it temporary. They respect your boundary, and you assume resentment is hidden beneath their calm. They offer care, and you search for the future price. The mind moves the standard whenever safety becomes possible. This protects the old belief that no one is truly dependable. It also prevents new experience from correcting that belief. Stoicism asks you to judge what is in front of you rather than forcing every person into an old pattern. Do not trust blindly. Observe conduct over time. Do their actions match their promises? Can they accept no without punishing you? Do they remain respectful during disagreement? Can they admit mistakes? If the evidence is healthy, allow it to count. You do not have to give complete trust immediately, but you must allow trustworthy behavior to become part of your understanding of the world. Otherwise, the past remains the only witness permitted to speak. The expectation of trouble may become strongest when life is going well. You may believe that happiness must be followed by punishment because earlier good moments ended suddenly. You might say, "Things are going too well." Notice the assumption beneath that sentence. It treats peace like a debt life will soon collect. But the world does not keep a balance sheet in which every good day must be repaid with suffering. Difficulty may come because difficulty is part of life. It does not arrive because you relaxed, laughed, succeeded, or felt hopeful. Your joy does not cause punishment. Your rest does not invite disaster. Your gratitude does not make you careless. These beliefs often come from the attempt to create control. If happiness causes pain, then perhaps avoiding happiness can prevent pain. But that bargain only removes life without removing uncertainty. The Stoic way is different. You do not control fate by becoming miserable first. You strengthen your ability to meet fate while remaining available to the present. You tell yourself, "I do not know what tomorrow will bring. Today I will act well." That is enough. There is also a hidden identity connected to constant readiness. You may be proud of being the person who notices danger first. You solve problems before others understand them. You remain calm in crises because crisis is familiar territory. Peace may leave you unsure of your role. Who are you when no one needs rescuing? What do you do when there is no conflict to manage? How do you feel valuable when nothing is falling apart? These questions reveal that vigilance may have become more than a habit. It may have become part of your identity. You know how to survive emergencies, but you may not yet know how to inhabit ordinary life. Ordinary life is slower. It contains uneventful mornings, unfinished conversations, quiet meals, and days that do not produce dramatic lessons. To a nervous mind, this can feel empty, but ordinary does not mean meaningless. Much of a good life happens without urgency. Trust is built in repeated small actions. Health is supported by simple routines. Friendship grows through normal conversations. Character develops through choices no one applauds. You do not need chaos to prove that you are strong. Perhaps your next form of strength is remaining peaceful when nothing needs fixing. When fear predicts trouble, do not attack it. That part of you may still believe it is protecting you. Acknowledge the warning, then examine it. Thank you for trying to prepare me. What evidence is present now? If there is a genuine concern, respond wisely. If there is only an old expectation, allow the thought to pass without building a future around it. Each time you do this, you create a new relationship with uncertainty. You learn that not knowing does not always mean danger. A delayed answer can remain unanswered for a while. A quiet face can remain unexplained until the person speaks. A good day can simply be a good day. You do not have to investigate peace. Healing does not mean that your mind will never predict trouble again. Old alarms may continue to sound. The change is that you stop organizing your whole life around them. You no longer cancel joy because fear has produced a possibility. You no longer create conflict to end the discomfort of waiting. You no longer treat every quiet moment as a warning. You notice the alarm, check the facts, take any reasonable action, and return to the present. Over time, the mind receives new evidence. Some messages arrive late without bringing rejection. Some changes lead to opportunity rather than loss. Some people remain kind after seeing your needs. Some quiet moments are followed by more quiet moments. Safety becomes believable through repetition. You cannot guarantee that trouble will never come. Stoicism offers no such promise. What it offers is more useful: the knowledge that trouble does not need to be experienced before it arrives. If difficulty comes, you will meet the actual event with the strength available then. You do not need to weaken yourself now by carrying every possible version of it. Today has its own responsibilities. This breath has its own reality. This moment has not asked you to fight. Let it remain peaceful. You have spent enough of your life standing guard over doors that never opened. You are allowed to sit down. You are allowed to notice the absence of danger without immediately searching for its hiding place. Trouble may visit again because life is uncertain, but it is not here simply because your mind can picture it. And until reality asks something of you, your task is not to predict the next storm. Your task is to stop abandoning the calm that has already arrived. Once you stop treating every quiet moment as the beginning of a crisis, you may discover something unsettling beneath the calm. For years, your value may have depended on being the person who never fell apart. The one who carried the pressure, solved the problem, absorbed the pain, and remained standing when everyone else needed somewhere to lean. But what happens when the strong one becomes tired? Some people choose strength. Others are assigned it before they understand the cost. Perhaps you became strong because no one else seemed able to handle what was happening. You learned to remain calm during arguments, emergencies, loss, or uncertainty. While others reacted, you acted. You made calls, found solutions, comforted people, and kept daily life moving. There was rarely time to ask how you felt. The situation needed someone dependable, and that person became you. At first, strength may have felt like survival. Later, it became your reputation. People began describing you as capable, independent, fearless, and unbreakable. They trusted you with heavy problems because you always appeared able to carry them. Those words may have sounded like praise, but sometimes praise becomes a warning that no one intends to help. When people believe you can handle anything, they may stop checking whether you should have to. They assume your silence means you are fine. They come to you for comfort without noticing that you also need somewhere to rest. You become the emotional shelter for everyone around you while standing outside in the storm yourself. The identity of being the strong one can feel meaningful because it gives you a clear place in the world. You are useful. You are needed. You know how to respond when life becomes difficult. But an identity built entirely around strength leaves little room for ordinary humanity. You may feel ashamed when you become confused. You may hide exhaustion because tiredness feels like failure. You may apologize for crying. You may wait until your body or mind can no longer continue before asking for help. Even then you may say, "It is not a big deal," while describing something that has been hurting you for months. The strong one often minimizes pain before anyone else gets the chance. This is not because the pain is small. It is because acknowledging its size might threaten the role that has kept you safe and valued. If you are not the capable one, who are you? If you stop carrying everyone, will they still need you? If you reveal weakness, will people lose respect? These questions can make rest feel more frightening than exhaustion. Stoic wisdom can help release this identity because Stoicism defines strength differently from the world around us. Strength is not the ability to feel nothing. It is not silent suffering, constant availability, or the refusal to need support. For the Stoics, strength was the ability to meet reality honestly and respond according to wisdom. Sometimes the wise response is endurance. Sometimes it is asking for assistance. Sometimes it is continuing. Sometimes It is stopping before damage becomes greater. A person who refuses help under every condition is not always strong. They may be controlled by pride, fear, or an old belief that dependence is dangerous. True discipline includes recognizing limits. Marcus Aurelius carried enormous responsibility, but his private reflections show that he did not see himself as invulnerable. He reminded himself when he was tired, distracted, discouraged, or impatient. He returned to his principles rather than pretending he never struggled. This is an important lesson. Strength does not mean never leaving your center. It means knowing how to return. The identity of the strong one often develops when vulnerability once produced disappointment. Perhaps you tried to speak about your pain and were ignored. You asked for help and received criticism. You cried in front of someone who became uncomfortable, dismissive, or cruel. You learned that showing need did not bring support. It created more pain. So you stopped showing it. You became emotionally efficient. You dealt with your feelings in private and returned only when you could function again. People saw the recovery, but not the hours spent alone trying to hold yourself together. This can create the illusion that you do not need anyone. After enough time, even you may begin believing it. But refusing to reveal a need does not remove the need. It often changes its form. It may appear as resentment when others do not notice your exhaustion. It may appear as anger when someone asks for one more favor. It may appear as numbness when life has demanded too much for too long. It may appear as sudden withdrawal because you have reached a limit you never communicated. The people around you may be surprised. They thought you were fine. You may feel betrayed that they did not notice. But sometimes being the strong one means you have trained everyone to trust the mask more than the person beneath it. This is not blame. It is an invitation to become more visible. You cannot expect others to understand limits you never allow yourself to express. Releasing the identity begins with smaller truths. I am tired. I do not know what to do. I need some time. I cannot handle this alone. These words may feel dangerous because they challenge the role you have performed for years. Yet they do not erase your strength. Honesty is not the opposite of strength. It is what prevents strength from becoming self-destruction. Epictetus taught that freedom begins when we stop being ruled by things outside our control. Reputation is one of those things. You may have a reputation for always being calm, available, and dependable. But if maintaining that reputation requires denying your condition, then public admiration has become another form of control. You begin making choices based on what the strong person is supposed to do, rather than what wisdom requires. You stay when you need to leave. You give when you have nothing left. You hide pain because people expect confidence. You refuse support because independence has become part of your image. Stoicism asks you to protect character, not image. Character is honest. Image is concerned with how honesty will be judged. A strong image may impress people while weakening the person who maintains it. A strong character accepts temporary misunderstanding in order to act wisely. Some people may be disappointed when you stop performing endless strength. They may say you have changed. They may become impatient with your limits because your previous lack of limits served them. This can reveal painful truths about certain relationships. A person who cares for you may need time to adjust, but they will eventually make room for your humanity. They will not demand that you remain in pain so they can remain comfortable. A person who only values your usefulness may lose interest when you stop rescuing, solving, or carrying. Their reaction does not mean you should return to the old role. It shows what the connection was built upon. The strong one is often surrounded by people, but emotionally alone. Everyone knows what you can do for them. Few know what happens inside you when the door closes. You may have deep conversations about other people's lives while saying almost nothing about your own. Listening gives you control. Being listened to requires exposure, so you stay in the safer position. You ask questions, offer advice, and become the steady presence. When someone asks about you, you provide a brief answer and turn the attention back toward them. This can look like humility. Sometimes it is avoidance. Releasing the identity means allowing relationships to become mutual. You do not need to reveal everything to everyone. Stoic judgment requires careful choice. Vulnerability without wisdom can place valuable information in unsafe hands. But caution should not become permanent isolation. Choose one reliable person. Share something true without turning it into a joke. Resist the urge to minimize it. Let them respond. Notice whether they listen without rushing to fix you. Notice whether they respect what you share. Notice whether they remain present when you are not performing confidence. Trust can grow through these smaller moments. You are not required to become completely open overnight. You are teaching yourself that being known does not always lead to harm. The identity of strength can also become connected to control. You may believe that as long as you remain in charge, nothing can overwhelm you. You organize every detail, prepare for every problem, and avoid situations where you must depend on someone else. Control provides temporary relief because dependence once felt unsafe. But no person can control every part of life. Bodies become tired, plans change, people make their own decisions, unexpected events arrive. If your identity depends on managing everything well, reality will eventually feel like a personal failure. Stoicism offers a more stable foundation. You do not need control over everything. You need command over your response. You can prepare carefully without believing preparation gives you ownership of the outcome. You can lead without carrying every task yourself. You can trust someone with responsibility and accept that they may do it differently. You can allow a problem to remain unsolved until more information becomes available. This is not carelessness. It is the release of false responsibility. The strong one often struggles with receiving because receiving changes the balance. When you are giving, you feel useful and protected. When someone gives to you, you may feel exposed, indebted, or uncertain. You may reject help politely. You say, "I am fine." You say, "I can manage." You say, "Someone else needs it more." Sometimes those statements are true. Other times they are defenses. Practice asking yourself why you are refusing. Do you genuinely not need the support, or are you afraid of what receiving will mean? Do you believe the person will use it against you? Do you fear becoming dependent? Do you worry that needing help will change how they see you? These questions expose whether independence is being chosen or obeyed. A wise person does not accept every offer. They examine the giver, the need, and the possible consequences. But they also do not reject good support simply to protect an identity. Allow someone to carry one small thing. Let them complete a task, accept a meal, a ride, a listening ear, or practical assistance. Do not immediately search for a way to repay it. Let the experience remain unfinished for a while. You are learning that receiving does not always create weakness or debt. Sometimes it creates community. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that human beings were made to cooperate. One part of the body does not become inferior because another part supports it. Cooperation is not humiliation. It is part of human nature. The belief that you must carry everything alone may also hide anger toward people who were not strong for you. Perhaps you became capable because someone else repeatedly failed to be. You may still feel that if you stop, you will become like them. So you keep pushing to prove that you are different. But refusing rest does not repair their failure. It only extends its consequences into your present life. You are allowed to be different without living in constant opposition to them. You can be responsible without becoming rigid. You can be reliable without never needing support. You can be emotionally steady without refusing emotion. Your identity does not have to be built around correcting someone else's weakness. There may also be grief when you release the strong role. You may realize how often your pain went unnoticed because everyone trusted your ability to survive. You may remember moments when you wanted someone to ask a second time after you said you were fine. You wanted them to see beyond the answer and recognize that your strength was becoming heavy. That recognition may never come from the people you hoped would offer it. Grieve that honestly, but do not remain trapped in silent tests. People cannot always know that I am fine means, please notice that I am not. Part of releasing the identity is learning to ask directly for what you once hoped someone would sense. I need you to stay with me. I do not need advice. I need you to listen. I am struggling more than I have shown. I need help with this. Direct requests may feel less meaningful than being understood without words. Yet they create a real opportunity for support. They also reveal who is capable of meeting you with care. Some people will respond well, others may not. Their response is information, not a measure of whether the need was valid. The Stoic path is not to make yourself invulnerable after disappointment. It is to choose wisely where you place trust while remaining honest about being human. Releasing the strong identity does not mean becoming helpless. It means expanding your identity beyond one role. You can be the person who helps and the person who asks. You can be courageous and uncertain. You can lead and still need rest. You can endure hardship and admit that it hurts. You can be trusted without pretending to be limitless. Strength becomes healthier when it is no longer forced to appear every moment. It becomes something you use when the situation calls for it, not a costume you are afraid to remove. There is great relief in no longer having to prove that nothing can break you. Life will affect you. Loss will hurt. Betrayal may shake you. Exhaustion may slow you. Being human means you will not remain untouched. Your dignity does not depend on remaining untouched. Stoicism does not promise that the wise person never bends. It teaches that bending is not the same as abandoning character. You can pause, you can grieve, you can receive care, you can begin again. None of these actions cancel your strength. In fact, the courage to acknowledge your condition may be stronger than years of pretending that you had none. The role of the strong one may have protected you when life offered no safe alternative. It helped you survive, support others, and move through conditions that demanded more than should have been expected of you. You do not need to hate that version of yourself. Thank them. They carried what they could with the tools they had, but they do not have to remain on duty forever. You can place some of the weight down without becoming irresponsible. You can allow others to discover that you are a person, not an endless source of stability. And when the old identity tells you that you must remain unbreakable to be respected, remember this: real strength is not proven by how long you can suffer without being seen. It is revealed by how honestly you can face your limits, how wisely you can ask for support, and how gently you can allow yourself to be more than the person who always survives. Once you begin releasing the identity of being the strong one, you may notice another painful truth beneath it. Perhaps people did not praise you simply for who you were. They praised you when you solved problems, carried responsibilities, stayed available, and made their lives easier. The praise sounded warm, but it came with a hidden condition. You were valued most when you were useful. Perhaps adults called you responsible because you took care of tasks that should not have belonged to you. They admired how little you needed. They described you as dependable because you rarely complained and always found a way to help. When you achieved something, the room became brighter. When you served, sacrificed, or performed well, affection appeared more easily. But when you were tired, confused, quiet, or unable to help, the warmth may have changed. No one had to say that your worth depended on your usefulness. You learned it through contrast. Attention came when you succeeded. Praise came when you solved something. Gratitude came when you gave. Silence came when you had nothing to offer. A child cannot easily understand that adults may be emotionally limited, distracted, or too focused on what the child provides. Instead, the child often forms a personal rule. To remain important, I must be useful. That rule can shape an entire adult life. You may become the person who enters every room searching for what needs to be done. You notice the empty glass, the unfinished task, the worried face, and the problem no one has solved. Before anyone asks, you begin helping. This can look like kindness, and often it is. But beneath genuine kindness there may also be fear. If you are not helping, will anyone notice you? If you stop solving problems, will you still belong? If you need more than you give, will people become disappointed? These questions may remain hidden because usefulness brings real rewards. People call you generous, capable, thoughtful, and reliable. They come to you during difficult times. They tell others that they do not know what they would do without you. Those words can feel deeply satisfying. But they may also strengthen the belief that your value comes from what you provide. You begin confusing being needed with being loved. The two can feel similar, but they are not the same. Someone may need your money, advice, time, emotional support, skills, connections, or patience. Their dependence can make you feel significant. Yet once the problem is solved, their attention may fade. You may then search for another way to become necessary. You offer more. You take on additional responsibility. You place yourself in the center of other people's difficulties because usefulness protects you from feeling invisible. This can create relationships where people know your function, but not your inner life. They know you as the helper, the organizer, the listener, the provider, the person who keeps everything moving. But do they know what frightens you? Do they know what you secretly want? Do they remain interested when you have no advice to give and no problem to solve? Praise based only on usefulness can leave you surrounded by appreciation and still emotionally unknown. Stoic wisdom begins healing this wound by separating your character from your function. What you do matters, but it is not the complete measure of who you are. The Stoics valued service because human beings are made to cooperate. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that people should work together like different parts of one body. But cooperation is not the same as self-erasure. A hand is valuable not because it performs every task of the body. It contributes according to its nature and capacity. It also receives support from the other parts. Healthy service includes limits, mutuality, and reason. Fearful service has no ending. You may continue helping even after your energy is gone. You may agree to tasks you resent. You may offer support to people who rarely support you. Then, when exhaustion appears, you become angry with yourself for no longer being able to perform. The old rule says, you must keep giving, or people will see that you are not enough. Stoicism asks you to examine this impression rather than obey it. What evidence proves that your worth disappears when your usefulness ends? Some people may indeed lose interest when you stop providing, but their withdrawal does not prove that you have become less valuable. It reveals what they were seeking from the relationship. A person who only appears when they need something may appreciate your service without appreciating you. This truth can hurt, especially if the relationship has lasted for years. You may remember all the times you stayed awake listening, gave money you could not comfortably spare, rearranged your life, or ignored your own needs. You may wonder whether any of it was real. The care you gave was real because it came from you, but that does not mean the relationship was equal. You can honor your generosity while becoming more honest about where it was placed. Healing does not require you to become less caring. It requires you to stop using care as a payment for belonging. A freely chosen act of service feels different from one driven by fear. Free service asks, is this wise, fair, and within my capacity? Fearful service asks, what will they think of me if I refuse? Free service allows you to say no without losing your identity. Fearful service turns refusal into shame. This difference may be difficult to recognize at first because the behavior can look the same. You may help in both cases. The truth is found in what happens inside you. Do you feel peaceful after helping, even if you are tired? Or do you feel pressured, invisible, and secretly resentful? Resentment often reveals that generosity has crossed into self-abandonment. It does not always mean the other person is cruel. They may simply have become accustomed to what you repeatedly offered. If you never stated a limit, they may assume the arrangement was acceptable. This is why healing requires more than silently giving less. It requires honest communication. You can say, I cannot take this on. You can say, I can help for 1 hour, but I cannot manage the whole situation. You can say, I care about you, but I do not have the energy for this today. You can say, I need our relationship to include support in both directions. These words may awaken guilt because the useful version of you was rewarded for having no visible limit. People may react with surprise. Some may accuse you of changing. Others may remind you of everything you have done before, as though past generosity created a permanent agreement. But previous help does not remove your right to reconsider present capacity. Your time is not an endless contract. Your emotional energy is not public property. Your skills do not make every problem your responsibility. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what belongs to us. Your willingness to act justly belongs to you. Another person's expectation does not automatically become your duty. You should honor genuine responsibilities. You should keep reasonable promises. You should assist others where wisdom and justice call you to do so. But not every request is a duty. Some requests come from convenience. Some come from another person's refusal to take responsibility. Some come from patterns where they have learned that pressure will make you surrender. Stoic judgment helps you examine the request before responding. Is this truly my responsibility? Does the person have other options? Will my help support their growth or protect them from consequences they need to face? Can I give this without harming my health, duties, or peace? Am I agreeing from virtue or from fear of losing approval? These questions place your service under the guidance of reason. Another wound created by conditional praise is difficulty resting. When your worth has been connected to productivity, doing nothing can feel like becoming nothing. You may sit down, but your mind begins listing unfinished tasks. You search for someone to assist, something to improve, or a problem to solve. Rest makes you uneasy because there is no visible proof that you matter. This is why exhaustion can feel strangely safer than stillness. Exhaustion proves that you have worked hard. Stillness leaves you alone with the question of whether you are valuable without effort. Stoicism does not treat rest as laziness when rest serves wise living. Your body and mind are instruments through which you practice character. Neglecting them in order to appear useful weakens your ability to act well. A tired person may become impatient, careless, resentful, or emotionally numb. Continued sacrifice can eventually damage the very relationships you are trying to protect. Rest is therefore not the opposite of service. It supports sustainable service. You do not have to reach collapse before stopping. Begin allowing yourself moments that produce nothing. Sit without planning. Take a slow walk without turning it into exercise or achievement. Enjoy a meal without completing another task at the same time. Listen to music without using it as background for work. At first, these moments may feel uncomfortable. The mind may accuse you of wasting time. Observe the accusation. Whose voice taught you that every moment must justify your existence? You are not a tool that must remain active to deserve care. You are a human being whose life includes work, service, thought, rest, pleasure, and quiet presence. The wound of usefulness can also affect how you react when someone else becomes more capable. If your identity depends on being needed, another person's independence may feel like rejection. A child grows up and no longer asks for the same help. A friend begins solving their own problems. A co-worker learns a skill you once provided. Instead of feeling relief or pride, you may feel strangely empty. You may search for new ways to remain essential. You offer advice they did not request. You step into decisions that belong to them. You interpret their independence as distance. But healthy love does not require permanent dependence. In fact, good support often helps people need you less. A parent teaches a child to stand without them. A friend encourages another friend to trust their own judgment. A wise mentor wants the student to become capable. If someone's growth makes you feel unnecessary, do not shame yourself. Examine what the feeling reveals. Perhaps your role has been providing the identity that inner worth should have provided. Stoicism teaches that your purpose is not to control whether others need you. Your purpose is to act well in the role available now. Roles change, children become adults. Workplaces reorganize, relationships enter new seasons. A task that once made you important may no longer be needed. If your worth is attached to one function, change will feel like disappearance. But when worth is rooted in character, you can adapt. You are still capable of wisdom when no one asks for advice. You still possess courage when no crisis requires it. You still practice justice when no one praises the action. You still have dignity when your hands are empty. This is the stable ground Stoicism offers. Your character does not depend on being observed. Another effect of usefulness-based praise is discomfort with receiving. Giving places you in the respected role. Receiving may make you feel weak, passive, or indebted. You may refuse assistance even when it is sincere. You insist that you can manage. You quickly change the subject when someone asks what you need. Part of you fears that once you stop providing, the relationship will lose its balance. But healthy mutuality includes movement in both directions. You give when you are able. You receive when another person has something to offer. Neither position permanently defines your worth. Allowing someone to help you can also give them the dignity of contribution. When you refuse every form of care, you may unintentionally prevent closeness. Begin with small acts of receiving. Let someone carry a task. Accept a kind word without dismissing it. Allow another person to listen without quickly turning the conversation back to them. When the urge to repay appears, pause. You are not required to equal every act immediately. Relationships are not balanced after each moment. Balance is observed across time through trust, respect, and mutual care. You may also need to examine the praise you seek. Does appreciation feel meaningful only when it follows sacrifice? Can you receive praise for creativity, honesty, humor, patience, curiosity, or simple presence? Or do compliments feel believable only when you have exhausted yourself? If someone says, "I enjoy being around you," you may wonder why. There is no task attached. Nothing was solved. This kind of affection may feel less secure because it cannot be measured. But being appreciated for your presence is a form of love that usefulness cannot create. It says, "You do not have to perform right now." It says, "There is value in who you are, not only in what you provide." Learning to trust this may take time. Conditional praise was predictable. You knew how to earn it. Unconditional care asks you to remain visible without hiding behind service. That can feel more vulnerable. The useful person always knows what to do. The visible person must allow others to encounter them without a role. This may include awkwardness, uncertainty, ordinary conversation, or silence. You do not need to impress, fix, entertain, or guide. You are simply there. Some relationships may weaken when you stop over-functioning. Conversations may become quieter because you are no longer carrying them. Plans may stop happening because you were always the organizer. Let the silence reveal the structure. Do not rush to restore every connection. Observe who reaches toward you. Who asks how you are when you offer nothing first? Who remembers you outside a crisis? Who respects your no? Who values your presence when no service is available? These questions can be painful, but they lead to honest relationships. You may discover that some people loved the benefit while others loved the person. Do not waste energy trying to force the first group to become the second. You can remain fair, polite, and compassionate without returning to a role that empties you. The deepest healing comes when you change the way you praise yourself. Perhaps your inner approval has also depended on usefulness. At the end of the day, you judge yourself by how much you completed, who you helped, and whether you met every expectation. A quiet day feels unsuccessful. A day of rest feels undeserving. A boundary feels like failure. Begin using a different standard. Did you act honestly? Did you respect your limits? Did you remain fair? Did you refuse what fear wanted you to accept? Did you offer help where it was wise rather than everywhere it was requested? Did you care for your own condition as seriously as you cared for others? These questions measure character rather than output. You can finish a day with tasks incomplete and still have lived wisely. You can disappoint someone and still have acted justly. You can offer less and give it more sincerely. You can be unavailable and remain compassionate. This is what freedom from usefulness-based praise looks like. It does not make you indifferent to contribution. You may still work hard, care deeply, and become someone others can rely upon. But your service becomes an expression of who you are, not proof that you deserve to exist. You stop asking each act of generosity to purchase affection. You stop forcing exhaustion to prove loyalty. You stop treating another person's dependence as evidence of love. The part of you that learned to earn praise through usefulness may still become anxious when you step back. It may warn that people will forget you. Listen with compassion, but do not obey without examination. Some people may forget the role you performed. The people capable of real connection will become curious about the person who was hidden behind it. And even when no one is watching, thanking, or depending on you, you remain a person of value. Your hands may be still. Your phone may be quiet. No crisis may require your attention. Nothing may need to be fixed. Yet your life has not lost its meaning. You were never created only to carry, provide, rescue, and solve. You are allowed to exist in the lives of others without constantly proving why they should keep you there. Once you stop measuring your worth by how useful you are, you may notice something deeper beneath the quiet. Your mind may understand that the past is over, yet your body still reacts as though it is happening again. A voice changes, A door closes, a message goes unanswered, and suddenly the present disappears beneath an older fear. Some memories do not return as pictures. They return as tension. Your chest tightens before you know why. Your stomach turns when someone uses a certain tone. Your hands become cold during an ordinary disagreement. You feel the urge to leave, defend yourself, become silent, or make peace immediately. Nothing in the moment appears serious enough to explain the reaction. But the body is not responding only to the moment. It is responding to everything the moment resembles. Perhaps raised voices once meant that conflict was about to become worse. Perhaps silence was used as punishment. Maybe a particular expression appeared before rejection, humiliation, or blame. Your body learned these patterns before you had enough language to explain them. It remembered what your mind tried to forget. Years later, the same signals can awaken the old response. A partner becomes quiet, and your body prepares for abandonment. A manager asks to speak with you, and panic begins before you know the reason. Someone disagrees with you, and you suddenly feel small, powerless, or trapped. The present event may be different, but your nervous system recognizes a familiar shape. This is why telling yourself to get over it rarely works. The thinking mind may know you are safe. The body still believes quick action is necessary. Stoicism can help, but not by teaching you to ignore the body. The Stoic response begins with accurate observation. You do not shame the reaction, and you do not automatically obey it. You notice what is happening and separate the sensation from the judgment attached to it. My heart is beating quickly. My shoulders are tense. I feel the urge to escape. My mind is predicting danger. These statements are different from saying, something terrible is happening. One describes your condition. The other makes a conclusion. That space between sensation and conclusion is where freedom begins. Epictetus taught that an impression can appear without your permission. What matters is whether you immediately agree with it. A frightening thought may arise. A strong physical response may follow. You are not morally failing because the reaction appeared. Your task is to examine it. You can say, "My body is alarmed, but I have not yet confirmed danger." That sentence does not deny your fear. It places fear under observation. This is important because people with painful memories often become afraid of the reaction itself. The tight chest appears, and they think they are losing control. The sudden sadness arrives, and they believe they are moving backward. The body freezes, and shame follows. Now there are two forms of suffering: the original reaction, and the judgment that the reaction should not be happening. Stoic discipline removes the second. You allow the body to react without turning the reaction into proof that you are weak, broken, or trapped forever. The memory may be old, but the sensation is happening now. That means the response must also begin now. Bring your attention to your surroundings. Look at the room. Notice the light. Feel the chair beneath you or the ground under your feet. Name the day, the place, and the people present. Remind yourself of what is different from the past. You have choices now. You may be older. You may have your own home, your own money, your own voice, or the ability to leave. The person in front of you is not automatically the person who harmed you. This moment has not yet become the old moment. The body needs this information because fear often removes time. It does not say, "This reminds me of what happened." It says, "It is happening again." Grounding yourself in present facts helps restore the difference. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly returned his mind to what was directly before him. He understood that the mind can suffer through what has passed, what may happen, and what is happening all at once. The body can do the same. A present sound can carry an old event into the room. A current disagreement can awaken years of fear. The actual moment becomes buried beneath accumulated meaning. The Stoic response is not to argue with the memory for hours. It is to reduce the situation to what is real now. Someone raised their voice. That is the fact. You may decide the tone is disrespectful and respond with a boundary. But you do not need to conclude immediately that you are trapped, powerless, or about to be harmed. You can say, I will continue this conversation when we can speak calmly. Then step away if necessary. This is how the body learns that the present contains choices the past did not. Each wise response becomes new evidence. The old body memory may say, when someone is angry, you must become small. Your action says, I can remain calm and leave. The old memory may say, silence means I am being abandoned. Your practice says, I can wait for information without abandoning myself. The old memory may say, conflict means the relationship is ending. Your experience may show that healthy people can disagree, repair, and remain connected. The body changes through repeated evidence, not through one perfect realization. You may understand the lesson today and still react tomorrow. That does not mean the lesson failed. It means understanding and bodily trust move at different speeds. The mind learns through insight. The body often learns through repetition. This requires patience. You cannot force a protective system to relax by insulting it. The body became alert because it was trying to protect you. Its methods may now be excessive, but the purpose was survival. Treat the response as an old guard who has not yet received the news that the danger has passed. You do not need to fight the guard, you need to update it. This is different. I am no longer trapped. I can choose what happens next. I can ask for help. I can leave. I can protect myself without panic. These are not empty affirmations when supported by action. Each time you honor a boundary, speak clearly, or remain present during discomfort, the message becomes more believable. Memories that control the body can also appear through avoidance. You may stay away from places, conversations, people, or opportunities that awaken uncomfortable sensations. Avoidance brings immediate relief. Because the fear decreases, the mind concludes that escape kept you safe. The avoided situation becomes even more powerful. Over time, your life may grow smaller. You avoid difficult conversations because disagreement awakens panic. You refuse new relationships because closeness brings fear. You turn down opportunities because uncertainty feels dangerous. You remain in familiar routines, not because they fulfill you, but because they do not awaken the body. Stoic courage does not require sudden, overwhelming exposure to everything you fear. It asks for the next reasonable action. You do not need to enter the hardest situation immediately. You begin with what you can face while remaining connected to your judgment. Perhaps you express one small disagreement. You remain in a safe conversation for a few minutes longer instead of fleeing. You visit a place with a trusted person. You ask a clear question instead of silently assuming the worst. You allow the discomfort to rise and fall without treating it as a command. The goal is not to prove that you feel no fear. The goal is to prove that fear can be present without deciding everything. This is a central Stoic lesson. Courage is not the removal of bodily alarm. It is the choice to act according to reason while the alarm is speaking. You may also notice that certain memories return through dreams, sudden images, or strong reactions to ordinary events. You may feel frustrated because the past seems to arrive without invitation. You cannot always control what enters awareness. You can control what happens after it enters. Do you follow the memory for the next hour? Do you begin judging your entire life through it? Do you contact someone impulsively? Do you use the pain as proof that you have made no progress? Or do you notice it, breathe, return to the present, and ask what care is needed now? The difference is not whether the memory appears. The difference is whether it becomes the ruler of the moment. Seneca wrote that we often suffer more in thought than in reality. This does not mean remembered suffering is imaginary. The body's response is real. But a memory becomes more powerful when the mind adds permanent conclusions. This will always control me. I will never trust anyone. I am damaged beyond repair. No place is truly safe. These judgments turn one reaction into a future identity. Stoic accuracy refuses that conclusion. The truth may be simpler. A painful memory was awakened. My body reacted strongly. I need time to settle. I am learning a different response. This language leaves room for growth. Another important part of healing is recognizing when a bodily reaction is giving useful information. Not every alarm is false. Sometimes your body notices disrespect, danger, or manipulation before your thinking mind is ready to admit it. Stoicism does not ask you to distrust every instinct. It asks you to test it. What behavior occurred? Is there a repeated pattern? Does the person respect your boundaries? Do their actions match their words? Does the fear reduce when facts become clearer? Or does the evidence continue supporting concern? Reason and instinct should not be enemies. Instinct raises the question. Reason investigates it. If the evidence reveals danger, protect yourself. If the evidence reveals an old association, remain present and allow new learning. This balance prevents two extremes. You do not obey every fear. You do not dismiss every warning. You examine. Memories can also control the body through shame. You may notice yourself freezing during confrontation and later become angry that you did not speak. You may cry when trying to explain something important and feel embarrassed. You may become numb during stressful events and judge yourself for seeming cold. These reactions are not always conscious choices. The body may fight, flee, freeze, or become overly agreeable when it senses danger. One person becomes angry, another runs, another loses words, another tries to calm everyone. You should still take responsibility for harmful actions, but you do not need to treat automatic protection as a character defect. Instead, prepare for future moments. Write down the sentence you could not say. Practice it when calm. Decide what action you will take if the situation repeats. Choose a person you can contact. Identify the nearest exit. Preparation turns shame into capacity. The body becomes less trapped when it knows there is a plan. You may also need to stop forcing yourself to discuss painful memories with people who respond carelessly. Repeatedly sharing with unsafe listeners can strengthen the body's belief that vulnerability leads to danger. Choose carefully. A trustworthy person does not demand details to satisfy curiosity. They do not pressure you to forgive quickly. They do not compare your experience with someone else's or use what you share during future conflict. They respect your pace. They listen without turning the memory into entertainment. They remind you of the present without dismissing the past. The quality of the listener can change how the body experiences remembering. When pain is met with steadiness, the memory no longer has to be carried alone. You can also create predictable practices that support your body. Regular sleep, food, movement, quiet reflection, and reduced exposure to constant conflict can make it easier to respond wisely. These actions may sound ordinary, but a tired body is more likely to interpret uncertainty as danger. Stoicism values the wise care of what has been entrusted to you. Your body is not an enemy to defeat. It is part of the life through which you practice courage, justice, and discipline. Care for it without becoming controlled by it. Listen without obeying every sensation. Support it without demanding perfect calm. There will be moments when progress becomes visible in small ways. A sound that once ruined your entire day may unsettle you for only a few minutes. A difficult conversation may still create tension, but you remain able to speak. A delayed message may awaken fear, but you do not send 10 more messages. A memory may appear at night, but you recognize it as a memory and return to the room. These changes may seem small. They are not. They show that the past is losing its authority over the present. The goal is not to erase every bodily trace of what happened. Some experiences leave deep impressions. Healing is not always forgetting. Healing is gaining choice where there was once only reaction. The body may still remember, but it no longer decides the whole story. You can feel tension and remain kind. You can feel fear and ask for facts. You can feel the urge to flee and first examine whether leaving is wise. You can feel an old wound open without allowing it to become today's identity. This is the Stoic response to memories that still control the body. Not denial, not punishment, not the demand to become untouched. It is the slow practice of meeting each reaction with observation, reality, and deliberate choice. The past may knock through sensation. You do not have to pretend you cannot hear it. You can open the door carefully, recognize what has arrived, and say, "I remember you, but you are not happening now." Then return your attention to the life still standing in front of you. You have carried strength that was never supposed to become a prison. You learn to stay useful, silent, prepared, and easy to love because those habits once helped you survive. But survival is not the same as peace. The past may still speak through guilt, shame, fear, tension, and memories your body refuses to forget. Yet none of these wounds has the right to command the rest of your life. You can observe them without obeying them. You can return false shame, release impossible responsibility, receive care without earning it, and stop explaining yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. Stoic wisdom does not ask you to erase what happened. It teaches you to stop letting what happened decide who you must remain. You are allowed to rest without proving you are tired enough. You are allowed to set limits without becoming cruel. You are allowed to be loved when you are not useful, strong, productive, or easy to handle. The damage may explain parts of you, but it does not own you. Tonight, leave one sentence in the comments. The past ends with me. Let it become your promise that the pain you inherited will not control what you build next. And subscribe to the channel for more Stoic wisdom to help you think clearly, heal quietly, and live with greater inner freedom.